How do you build one app that serves multiple organizations, each with their own user, documents, and permission? That's exactly what we are building, a production-ready, multi-tenant AI-powered document analyzer, where multiple organizations can securely upload documents and get instant insights powered by Google Gemini AI. Each organization, whether it's an engineering, HR, sales, will have their own isolated space where they can upload documents and have analysis. Here is the powerful tech stack that we are going to use. So we will be using multi-tenant architecture for isolated data per organization. After that, we will be using Next.js 16, the app router with server components and layout. Next, we will be using PostgreSQL plus Prisma. This will help us with the type-safe database with multi-tenant schema. After that, we will be using Clerk that will allow enterprise-grade authentication and organization management. Next, we will be using Google Gemini AI for document summarization, sentiment analysis, and entity extraction. Next, we will be using SignIn UI and Tailwind CSS. And this will allow us to build a beautiful modern accessible components. After that, we will be using Vercel Blob for secure document storage. And last, we will be using Hostinger VPS, which will allow our application to go from local to production. Let me show you the demo of the application that we are building. So this is the home page of our application where you can see the features of our app and how it works. User can sign in or create their own account. Once a user is logged in, the user has to be part of an organization. Here, either you can create a new organization or navigate to an existing one which you are part of. This is the beautiful organization dashboard where you can see the organization name, user role, and the document stats. You can also see the recent documents that has been uploaded which needs analysis or which are already analyzed. Next, you can go to the organization documents and here you can upload a new document. I will select a document and upload it. Now you can analyze this document by selecting analysis type from the drop down. This will use the Google Gemini AI to get the analysis and you will see the results. You can click on the expand to see the complete analysis. You can also reanalyze a document with different analysis type. You can also download the document and delete the document. We also have the stats here, which will show us the total documents analyzed and the size of the documents that we have uploaded. By the end of this video, you will have a fully functional deployed multi-tenant AI integrated app. So if this sounds interesting, stick around. Also, don't forget to subscribe the channel or press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. So let's get started. Alright guys, so before we jump into the Visual Studio Code and start working on our project, let's understand what the project is about and how we are going to build that. So I have something here. So we are going to build the AI powered document analysis platform, and it is going to be a multi-tenant application where you will be having teams and the organizations. Now here is the application architecture which looks like. So here, if you see, then we are going to have a user, and then that user is going to use a browser to navigate to our application. So we will be having our front-end app here, and this front-end app is going to be built using the Next.js 16. For that, we will be using the app router for navigations. Then we are going to have our React.js where we will be building all our components, states, and everything. Then we will be using the SignIn UI for our modern UI and the Tailwind CSS classes. Now from our front end, whenever we make an HTTP request, we are going to have our backend services. And in the backend services, we are going to use the Clerk, which is going to be an authentication, our organization creation, and our user management. Then we are going to have the Next.js for our API routes, and we will be using Google Gemini API to do the analysis of our documents. Now, since we are going to have the backend, we also need to understand about our data operations. So for that, what we will do is we are going to have the Prisma ORM. We will be using the Postgres database for the tables, and then we will be using the Vercel blob storage. So whatever documents we are going to upload, those documents will be stored in the Vercel blob storage. So this is how our data looks like. Now let's understand what the user journey will be. So whenever a user comes to our application, what journey it's going to go through. So here is the user journey. So user comes, user is going to do the authentication or register themselves using the clerk. Then once they have it, they're going to first create the organization. They need to select what organization they belong to. Once they have the organization, the next thing they will have is they're going to have their organization dashboard, where they can have the view of their teams, what documents they have uploaded and everything. You can also upload a document, and after upload a document, you can do the analysis of that document. And once you have that, you will have the results and the insights. So this is going to be a very simple flow of the user journey of our application. Now let's understand what this multi-tenant is all about. So here you will understand that we are going to have our application as Docu AI. Now in this, you're going to have multiple organizations. Here you will see that you have an organization A, organization B, and C. Now each organization will have their own data isolation that is going to handle using the clerk organization. Now for an organization, let's say you have a HR department, you have a finance department, then you have their own team members, you have your own documents, and you have your own analysis of those documents. Similarly, you have a sales team which will have their own team, own documents, and own analysis. So all these different teams, which are the multiple tenants, they all will be under the same application, which is the Docu AI. Now after that, I want to show you the tables that we will need. Is we are going to create the user table, although our user management will be in the clerk, but we will also going to sync those users with our user table. Similarly, we have the organizations, where we are going to sync the organizations created in the clerk and in our database. Then we are going to have a table organization members, which is going to have a combination of, for every organization, what are the members in that. And last, we are going to have the documents, where all the documents that we are going to upload. So we are going to keep the data about that, although the document will be stored in the Vercel blob, but we are going to have all the metadata about that document. So now we have this basic understanding of our application that we are going to build. Now I think it's time to go to the Visual Studio Code and let's bootstrap our Next.js project. So I will go back here. I will go to my terminal, and inside the terminal, what I will do is I will just clear it, and let's bootstrap the application. So I will be having npx create, we will be having next app @latest, and we need to give the name of our application. So the name of our applications will be multi-tenant document analysis. Okay, I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to bootstrap our application. So we will be going with the default recommended settings, although we are not going to use ESLint for this project. So I will just going to remove the ESLint as soon as my project is bootstrapped. So I'm going to hit enter. So it's going to take a while to bootstrap our project. All right, so our application is bootstrapped. Now let's open that. I have already removed the ESLint part from this application. Now here we can go through what we have it. So we have the tsconfig, the standard tsconfig file, which we get whenever we bootstrap our project. We're not going to change anything here. After that, we are going to have the post CSS for our Tailwind CSS configuration. Then we have the package.json file. This package.json file is going to have all the dependencies that we will need for this project. After that, what we do is we're going to have the public folder where we have all the static files. We have this next config. Right now, we are not going to put anything there, but maybe when we deploy our application, we might have some configurations to be added here. After that, we have the app where we will have our layout of the application, and we have the page.tsx. We can just run the application on the local server. So what I will do is I'm going to have the npm run dev, and this is going to run our application on the localhost 3000. So if I go here, let's copy this. Let's go to the browser. I will go here and I will add it here. And if I hit enter, then this is our application. We see that we have the hydration error. We are going to solve it in a minute. Okay, and we will go to the reference application. So if I go to localhost 3001, then this is the reference application that we are going to build. So now let's go back here, and what we will do is let's go back here, and first we are going to remove all the boilerplate code which we don't want. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to remove everything from here. I will also remove this, and I will just have a div, and I'm going to have it here as a home page for now. Okay, I will also remove this. Okay, and for the layout, we will all remove everything. So we don't want all this. So I'm going to remove them, and I will also remove the classes from here. So let me remove this, and we will just keep it as it is. So what we will do is first let's fix all this issues. So we have the issue with the global.css. So here I'm going to have the suppress hydration warning, And to remove the error on this global.css, what we will do is we are going to create a declaration file, and I'm going to name the file as declaration.d.ts. Okay, and in this file you don't have to write much, you just have to do a declare, and you will declare the module. So I will have the module, and our module will be *.css, so that we tell them that all our CSS file will be declared as this module. So if I go here, then we don't see any error. And instead of this font, we are going to remove this font, and here we are going to use the font as inter. Okay, and then what we will do is I'm going to come here and I will be having the constant inter, and this is going to be equals to the inter that we have imported, and inside that we're going to have the subset, and we will give the name as Latin. Now we can just use this inter here, and here I'm going to have the dot class name. So we have this one. Now if we go back here, then we see that we have the home page and nothing much changes here. Now the next thing what we will do is we are going to install all the dependencies that we will need for this project. So first we are going to start with the Prisma dependencies. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, I'm going to open a new terminal, and what we need to install as a dependency is I will go here and I'm going to open this Prisma doc. And in this documentation, you will see that you have a step-by-step process how to use Prisma Postgres with Prisma ORM in the Next.js application. So here you create and follow all the steps. I will just focus on the dependencies that I need to install. So I'm going to copy this dependency. We will need the TypeScript, TSX, type nodes, and dev dependency. Although we have installed the TypeScript, but I will just do it again. So I will go back here and I'm going to add it here, and I'm going to hit enter. Once this dependency is installed, the next thing what I need to do is I will need to install the Prisma. Then we have the type nodes, and we will also need to install the .env adapter and the client. So I'm going to copy this. I will go back here and I'm going to add it here. Okay, so that is installed. And then I'm going to copy the next one, which is this Prisma client adapter PG. And PG is because we are using the Postgres, and .env. So I'm going to hit enter. And we are also going to use the setcn in our project. So for that, what we will do is I'm simply going to have the npx. I will have the setcn at the rate latest, and I'm going to do an init. So this is going to configure the setcn into our application. So I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to hit yes. And for the base color, I'm going to choose the slate, and we will just wait for the configuration to get complete. Okay, so we see that the configuration is now complete. If we go and check, then we see we have this component JSON file. And in this file, you will have all the configuration related to the components of this setcn. Okay. Since we are using the Lucid library here for the icons, we will also need to install that. So I will go here and I'm going to install npm install Lucid React, and this is going to install the Lucid React library, which is going to give us all the icons. So if we go through, then we have the Prisma dependency, we have the Prisma client, we also have the .env, we have the Lucid React, and then we see that we have the Tailwind merge. And if we go to the dev dependencies, then we have all the dev dependencies here. Now the next thing what we are going to do is we are going to first set up the database part for our application, so that once we have the database part, we can focus to build our application. So we will be following the same guide. So what we have to do is we have installed all the dependencies and everything. The next thing we need to do is we need to generate the Prisma schema file. So either you generate with the command, or the other way is you can simply go here. You can create a folder with the name as Prisma, and inside the Prisma what you will do is you're going to create a file which will be schema.prisma. Now in this we are going to have all our schema for our database. So if I go back here, then we need to create this prisma config.ts file. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come here. I'm going to create this file prisma config.ts, and I'm just going to copy paste the configuration. So I will copy, I will go here and I will put them here. Okay, so I have this configuration here. You will notice that here in the environment, it's going to use the database URL. At this moment, we did not define any database URL. So what we can do is we can go here and create a .env file, and in the .env file we can just use this URL. So I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to go to my .env, and here I'm going to have the hash database, and here I will have the URL. Okay, I will put the URL whenever I have it. Next, if we go back here, then it says that you need to have the prisma / schema prisma, which we already have the file. We can just use this copy and we can just put it here. So if I go to the prisma schema, then I'm going to put it here. All right. Now there is also a generate, but we are not going to generate anything now. Now, if we go back, then we will also need to have our database URL, I'm going to go to the here and I will have the console Prisma IO. Now in this, you will see that whenever you log in, you will see this page. And here what I can do is I have already created a project which is multi-tenant. So I'm going to select here. And in this, I can create a new database. So what I will do is I'm going to click on new database and I'm going to name my database as document analysis. Then I'm going to use this Prisma Postgres. So I'm going to click on get started. And here you need to select a region where you want your database. So I am in Europe. So I'm going to select Europe Frankfurt and I'm going to click on create database. Okay, so now our database is created. Next we will do is connect to your database. So I'm going to click here and here you have the same thing what we have done. We already have a Prisma config. So we are not going to do it again. But here you will notice that we also have now the connection string. So I'm going to copy the connection string. I will go to my .env file and I'm going to put my connection string here. Okay, so I have my connection string. After that, it gives you the Prisma schema. So we have this schema. We need to create the model. So I'm going to just copy the model for now. And I'm going to put it in my Prisma config. So if I come here, I'm going to put it here. We're going to change the model, but for now it's fine. The next thing what it says that you need to create a Prisma client, so that we are going to do it later on. I'm going to close this and I'm going to go to the development and I'm going to go to the studio. I'm going to go to the visualizer. So this is the current schema that we have for our demo project. So we need for the user, we need name, email, clerk ID, and it. So let's create the model for the user first. So I'm going to go back here and here what I will do is I'm going to change this first to a string. Then this is going to be an ID. I will have a default ID and I'm going to use, instead of auto increment, I will use the CUID. So we have that. After that, we are going to have the name. So I'm going to come here. I will have the name. Now this name will be a string. So I'm going to give a string and I will keep it optional because the name can be optional. Now here I will also create the clerk user ID. So I'm going to have the clerk user ID, which is going to be a string, and this user ID is always going to be a unique. So we have this as well. Now we have the name as well. We have the email address. The email address will also be unique. And after that, what I will do is I'm going to have here the created at. So this is going to have that when we have created the user. So I'm going to have the date time. Let's give the default and the default will be now. So whenever you create it, after that, what we will do is we are going to have the memberships. So I will have the memberships and this membership is basically the organization members. So if I go here, then you will see that this is having a relation with the, if I go here, then you see that every user have a relation of n with the organization members. So this is what the memberships is, and this is going to be organizations member array. Okay, we need to create a model for the organization member, which we are going to do it later on. Then for every user, it's also going to have a documents which they upload. So for this also, we are going to have the document array. And let's have the map so that we know that this model is going to be assigned for this users table. Okay, so we have the users table. Now after the users table, we need to have the organizations as well. So what I will do is I'm going to change this to organization. The organization, I'm just going to copy this information and I'm going to put them here. This is going to get changed to organizations. Okay. Then what we will do is we are going to have the ID for the organization, which will be same. We are going to also have the clerk org ID instead of the user ID. This time we are going to have the clerk org ID. We are going to see what this clerk and everything is, but for now you just understand this is a schema for our database. Okay, this is going to be same. Then we are going to have the name. After that name, we are going to have a slug. So we will be having a slug which is of type string. It will be a unique. And if you want to see what a slug is, then if I go here and you will notice that if I click on the switch organization, there is some ID here for org underscore 397 something. If I click on it, then you will see that this is the slug, which is an automatically created URL for every organization. Okay, so we have this slug, which is a unique. After that, we will be having a created at. Then we are going to have the members. So I'm going to have the members, and these members will be from the organization member. And then we are going to have the documents, which will be document array. And then we have the organization. So we have these two. Next model we will have is the organization members. So we are going to have the organization, and here we are going to have the member. Okay, in this we are going to have the ID. Next we are going to have the organization ID instead of the clerk ID. Now we are going to have the organization ID, and I'm going to remove this. Then we are going to have our user ID. So let me have the user ID as well. After that, for every organization member, there will be a role assigned. So if I have a role here, and you want to see that here, you will see that this is the organization, this is the person who has logged in the page, and he has a role of an owner on this organization. So we will be having a role. So I will have a default, and whenever you create it, you will have a default as member role. After that, what you will do is you're going to have to define the relation. So I will have the organization. Coming from the organization, we're going to have the relation, and here the relation is the we're going to have the fields, and this relation will be for the organization ID. So this is going to be a lowercase. I'm going to change this to lowercase, so this can also become a lowercase. All right, then we are going to have the references, and in the references we are going to have the ID, what we are referencing. So this ID is basically the ID of the organization ID. So here is the organization and this is the ID. So it's basically the primary key and the foreign key relationship. Then we will also have the users for this one. So I will have the user. This is going to be user. We are going to have a relation. So I will be having a relation field. Which field is on the relation? This user ID. So I'm going to have this user ID. This user ID references to the ID of the user table. And after that, what we will do is since we have these two, I'm going to remove this. We don't want them now. And here we are going to have the @ unique, and I will have the organization ID here and the user ID. So they both should be unique. Okay, then we have the map, and we are going to have the organization underscore members table. So we have all the three schema. We have the user schema, organization schema, and organization member schema. The last one is the document schema that we will need. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come here, and we are going to have here document. You might be wondering that for such project, why we are starting with the difficult part, which is the database design and everything. But I always have a feeling that we should always start with the database design whenever you create a project, because data is everything for our application. So that's why I always start with the database and the tables design. And here we are going to change this to documents. Okay, and inside this, what we will do is we are going to have the name for our file, and this is going to be a string. Then we are going to have the content of the document that we upload, which is also going to be a string. I will keep it optional. After that, what we will do next is we are going to have the file URL that we are going to upload. So we are going to upload our file to the Vercel blob, and we are going to get that URL, and we will have it that URL here. So this is going to be a string. I'm going to keep it optional. After that, you will have the file size that you are uploading, which is of type int. I'm going to keep it as optional. Then I'm going to have the file type. So I will have the file type. I'm going to keep it as a string, optional. After that, what you will need is I will have the AI summary of the document. So we can store that as well. So I will have a string that will be an optional. We will have the AI keywords, that is also going to be a string array. And after that, we are going to have the sentiment. I'm going to have it as a string. Okay, so right now this all doesn't make any sense to you, what is the sentiment and everything, but as soon as we build our project and we have this document portion, you will be able to understand what the sentiment and everything is. Okay, next after sentiment, what we will do is we will be having the organization ID and the user ID. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy these two lines and I'm going to paste them here. Then I'm going to remove the role, we don't need it. I will also remove this, and we have the organization ID, we have the user ID, which is string. Then we have the organization and the user, and we have defined the relations. And after the relation, what we will do is we are going to have the created at, and this is going to be date time. So I will have the date time, and then we are going to have the default, and I'm going to have the now, and I will just remove this. So we have our schema ready. Now after the schema, what we can do next is I'm going to close this. The next is we need to run this command so that our schema gets synced up with our database. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to run this command. Okay, so it says that loaded Prisma config from our config file, and the sync is done. Your database is now in sync with your schema we have created. The next thing we need to do is we need to generate the Prisma client. But before that, what we can do is we can go and check. So if I go here and if I go to the studio now, if I go to the visualizer, then here you can see that we have the database schema ready. Now if we go back here, then here you will see that it says that you create and apply your first migration, which we have done it. then it says that you need to have the npx prisma generate. So let's copy this and let's generate that, and I'm going to hit enter, and we see that the prisma client is also generated. The next is, it says that you need to create file which is the prisma ts in the lib folder, and you need to add this one which is going to give us the instance. So here you will easily see that you need to pass an instance of your prisma orm to the driver. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this, we will go back here, then we need to create a lib folder which we already have it, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a new file which will be prisma.ts, and I'm going to add this here. So now we have everything, and the next thing they say is that you can start writing your first query and you can start connecting to your database. Alright, so the Prisma part is done completely. Next I want to show you is how we set up the Gemini AI into our project. So what I will do is, first I'm going to go into the lib folder, and here I'm going to create my file as gemini.ts. Okay, now in this we don't have anything at this moment, but we are going to add soon. So if I go back here, and here instead of this I'm going to have my Google Gemini AI. So here I will go to the Google AI Studio. I'm going to click here, and here what you will do is you can go and click on the create API key. You give your key name, you choose the project, you can go and create a project. I'm not going to create it because I already have the API key. So I will go back here and I will go to my .env, and in the .env I'm going to put my API key here. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to put the API key here. Okay, next what we will do is since we have the API key, we will need to install a dependency so that we can connect to the Gemini API and then do the analysis. So for that what you will need is, you will need the npm install Google generative AI dependency. So I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to install it in my project. Now let's set up the code for the analysis. I'm going to have a constant here. I will have the API key, and this is going to be equals to the, we're going to take it with the process.env dot the name of our key. So the name is Gemini underscore API underscore key. Okay, we have this one. After that what we will do is that if there is no API key, then in that case we are going to throw an error. So I will have a throw new error, and here I'm going to have a message as Gemini API key is not set in environment variables. After that what we are going to do is we are going to create a constant. We will be having a gen AI, and this is going to be equals to the new Google generative AI, and in this you need to pass your API key. So we are going to get this gen AI instance. Now once we get this gen AI instance, what I will do is I'm going to create a function, and this function is going to be an async function, and I'm going to name the function as analyze with Gemini. Okay, now in this, when you want to do an analysis, what you need is you will need to pass some arguments. The first argument is the text that you want to do analysis for. So you will be having a string text, and after that what type of analysis you want to do. So I will be having an analysis type, and this type is going to be either you want to do a summary, or you want to do a question answer QA, or you want to do a sentiment analysis, or you want to extract the entities, or you want to just do an extract. Okay, so we have these 5 different types of analysis that you can perform. Now after that what we will do is we are going to use the try catch block, and in the try block we are going to have our model first. So let's select the model. So I'm going to have a constant model. I will be using gen AI dot get generative model, and here you can have the model name. So I will be using the model as Gemini 2.5 Flash. So you can use any other model as well. You can also use some paid model. This is a free one which I'm using. So if I go here and if I go to the Google Gemini models, then here you will see the list of the models that are currently available, and you can choose any one of them. We are using this one, Gemini 2.5 Flash. You can also have a light one which is a cost efficient. Now if I go back here, after having the model, what I will do is I need to create some prompts for each of the analysis type. So I have already created it. I'm just going to copy paste those prompts which I have created. So these are my prompts. If you having a summary, you will have that please provide a comprehensive summary of the following document and include everything, and I give the text. Similarly for Q&A, based on the following document, generate 5 important questions and their answers. Okay, once you have the prompt, what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have the prompt, and this is going to be equals to, I'm going to have the prompts, and I need to select prompt based on my analysis type. Okay, after that we are going to have a constant. I will have the result, and this is going to equals to the await. We're going to use the model dot, we're going to have the generate content function, and in this you just need to pass your prompt. Okay, after passing the prompt you're going to get the response. So I'm going to have the constant, I will have the response, so we can extract the response from the result dot response, and then we can simply return the response from here. So we have the response dot, and there is a text on it, so we will have the text of that response. Okay, that's it. And if there is any error, then we're going to have the console.log, and in this we are going to have the Gemini error here. Then we will just also return some text from here. So we will be returning could not analyze for dollar, and we are going to have the analysis type. So I will be having the analysis type. So that's all what we need to do for the Gemini model analysis and the functionality. The next thing what we will do now is the setup of the Vercel blob. So whenever you need to upload some document to the Vercel blob, and I'm going to create another file which is going to be a blob.ts. Now what we will do is, if I go back here, I'm going to close this one, and instead of this we are going to have the Vercel. Okay, now in the Vercel I have simply created a lot of projects. So I will go to the storage here. Now in the storage you will see that I have already created a doc_AI demo. You can create a new as well. If I click on the create, if I click on the fast blob, if I click on continue, and you give here your blob name multi-tenant. I will choose the region, so I'm going to go to the Europe, and I'm going to select Frankfurt. Okay, I'm going to click on create. So this is going to create my new blob, which is the multi-tenant. Now if you want to get started with your Next.js, what you will do is you first need to connect and everything, but you need to first install the Vercel blob. So I'm going to copy this, and I will go to my project, and here what I will do is I'm going to first install the Vercel blob, and I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so this is going to install the dependencies. After you create this, you just need to connect your blob storage with a project. So maybe I will just connect with some random project which is an AI search. Okay, and here I'm going to have my blob. Okay, this prefix will be applied to the environment variables that will automatically create it for a blob storage. Okay, so I'm going to click on connect. Okay, if I go to the AI search, and if I go to the settings, if I go to the environment variables, then here you will see that I have a new environment variable which is a blob read write token. I just have to copy this, and we need to add it into our env file. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, I'm going to add it here, and we will also need to add the value. So I'm going to copy the value, and I'm going to add the value here. Okay, so if I go back here, then this is our Vercel blob read write token, and we will need this token in order to upload our files. Now we need to write the functionality for upload and to delete a document from the Vercel blob. All right, so what I will do is I'm going to create two functions. So I will be having an export async function, and the first function will be the upload to blob, and I will create another function, and that function will be delete from blob. So I will be having delete from blob. Okay, now in the upload to blob, what you will need is you need to pass some arguments. So the first thing will be the file that we want to upload, which is of type file. Okay, the next parameter we need is the organization. So we are going to have the organization ID, so we will need that one, and the user which is going to upload. So I will be having a user ID, and that is going to be a string, and I will make this as a lowercase. Here you will be wondering what is this organization ID, user ID. So what we will do is, if we go here, then a user is logged in. Whenever is logged in, he creates a organization first, and then inside the organization he uploads a document. So to upload a document, you need to have the organization under which the document is uploaded. Also the user ID who is uploading the document and who is also part of this organization. So that's where you have the organization ID and you have the user ID. Okay, now what this is going to have is this is going to return a promise, and in this promise it's going to have the URL of the file that is being uploaded. So I'm going to have the URL, then we are going to have a path name, and that will also be a string. Okay, so we have these two. Now what we will do next is we're going to use the try catch block to write this functionality. In the try block, what we will do is first let's have a constant for a file name. You need to keep the file name as unique whenever you upload it, because it will not allow you to upload the same file again and again. So what we can do is we can use the date. So I will have the date dot now to append it before the file name, and after that we're going to have the file dot name of that file, and in this we will just replace all if there are any space or anything. So we will just use a replace. All right, so whenever there is a space, it's going to remove that space, and instead of the space it is going to replace it with a hyphen. So this is our file name, and after that we need to have a path name. So I will have a constant. We will be having a path name which is going to be equals to org. We are going to give the organization ID. So I will be having a organization ID slash then we will be having a user, and here we are going to have the user ID. So I will be having a user ID, and then we're going to have the slash, and then we will have our file name. So if you want to see, I can show you it on my demo project. So if I go back here and we select our demo project was on the test, I guess. So I will go to the test. Inside the test, I will go to the storage. Here is our storage. I'm going to click here, and if I go down, then here you will see the path. We have the organization, we have the organization ID. Inside that we have the user ID. Then we have the file name, which is this is the date part, and if there is a space like AI space 900, then it removes it and it put hyphen. So that is what the file name and the path name is. Now once we have this, what we will do is we are going to have a constant blob. We are going to use a wait, and this put is going to accept the path name and the file. So I have the file, and then it is going to accept the access. So this is going to be accessible as public, and we need to give the token. So I will be having a token, and our token is process.env dot our blob read write token. So I'm going to copy this. I will go here and I'm going to put it here. Okay, we need to import put. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will be having import. I will be having put, and we will be having dill, and this is going to coming from the @ we're going to have the Vercel blob. Okay, so we have this. Now once we have the blob, what we will do is we need to return something. So we will be returning the URL, and the URL will be blob.url. Okay, and after that we will be having the path name. So I will be having the name as blob.pathname. Okay, so we have this function ready. Okay, and in the catch we are going to have the console.error, and here we are going to have the blob upload error, and we are just going to log the error. Okay, then we are also going to throw. So I'm going to have a throw error, and we are going to have the failed to upload file. Okay, so we have this one. Now we don't have any errors as well. We can go and write the delete as well from the blob. So to delete from the blob, what we need to do is we are going to simply have the try catch, and to delete you will need the URL. So I'm going to have the string, and here I'm going to have the promise, and this is simply going to return a void. Okay, then we are going to have the try catch block, and here I'm going to have the await. We'll be using delete. In the delete you will need to give the URL, then you just need to pass the token, and our token will be the same. So I'm going to just copy, and I'm going to put the token here. Okay, after that what we will do is we're going to have a catch, and here we are going to have the error. So I'm going to just copy this, and I will be adding it here. Here you will have the blob delete error and failed to delete file. So we have our blob functionality ready. Right now we cannot use it and test it, but we will use them once we have our APIs ready, which will be using these functions. Now the next part what we need to do is we need to set up the clerk for our project. So let's do that one. So I'm going to go back here, and here what I will do is instead of Prisma platform we need it, here we will go to the clerk.com. Now you will need to log in and create an account. So Clerk, it's more than the authentication, but it's a complete user management platform. It provides a lot of things to you. You will see that it will give you out of the box ready component for sign in, sign up, user button, user profile, waiting list. But apart from that, it also provides you the other B2B authentication, like it gives you a create organization, where you can simply create your organization. It gives you an organization switcher where you can just switch the organization that you want to go to the test or anything. It gives you an organization profile. It gives you an organization list where you have different organizations, and we will be using the organizations part. It also provides you the billing information like this one. So it has a lot of things which you can just use it in your project, and you can just be faster to the market. So you don't need to build everything from the scratch. All right, now let's go to the dashboard part. Now here in the dashboard, what we will do is we are first going to have the create application, and here we will give the name of our application. So our name of the application is multi-tenant. Okay, then what information we need here, we have a different options to sign in. We have the email. You can also enable the phone number. Then you see you have a phone number here. After that, you can have a username, so you can also type a username. You can have a Google authentication. You can have a Facebook authentication. You can have an Apple GitHub. Let's enable the GitHub as well. And then you have all different types of authentication options. You can just click on the create, and it is going to bring you to this page where you can select that what application you are building. You're building a Next application, React, 10 stack start. Based on that, you can choose it. So for us, it's the Next.js app. So what I will do is for the Next.js app, we already have the application. So we just need to install the dependencies for the Clerk Next.js, which is going to provide us an SDK, and it's going to give us all the pre-built components, hook, helper functions, and everything. So I'm going to copy this. I will go back here and I'm going to add them here. I'm going to hit enter, and it's already installed. Now after that, what we will do is we need to copy this keys. So I'm going to copy them. Then we need to go to the .env file, and in the .env, what I will do is I'm going to come here. I will have the hash clerk, and I'm going to put them here. Okay, we have these two. Next, what we will do is we need to have our proxy.ts. So I'm going to copy this code, and we will create a proxy.ts file. Now here you need to note that if you are using a Next.js version which is less than 15, you will name your file as middleware.ts. But if you are using the Next.js 15 or higher, then you will give it as a proxy.ts. I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a file as proxy.ts. And I'm going to add the middleware here. Okay, so this is the middleware which is going to help us to use the clerk into our project. So after that, what you will do is you need to use the clerk provider into your layout. So what we will do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go to my layout, and here what I will do is I'm going to come here. I will be having the clerk provider, and then I'm going to cut it. I'm going to add it here. I see clerk not auto imported. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and maybe I will just copy. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this here. Okay. So we will have the clerk provider. All right. Now with this clerk provider, we get the ability to use the sign in and sign up. So if I go here, then here you will see that you have a lot of things you can use it. You can use the sign in button, you can use the sign up, signed in, signed out, user button, and everything whichever you need it. All right. So we have this one. Now what we will do is we are going to go first build our Visual Studio Code, and we are going to build our layout. So if I go back here, then if I go to the home, then we're going to build this home layout where you will have this AI powered document analysis and all the UI that you see it here. Okay, so I will go back here, and here first I will have some data that to be created which I will be using for my project. So that data will be what I will do is I will go to the app, and inside the app I'm going to create a folder which is data, and inside this I'm going to have the data.ts. I'm going to copy paste some data here which we will be using. So I will be copy and add it here. Now here you will see that what are the data we are using is basically the feature, and these feature is the features that you see it here. Okay, and after that you will have the steps which you see it here. Then you have the allowed types. This you will see when we have the upload functionality, and we have the analysis type. So where you have the value of analysis type, you have the label, description, and everything. Now here it's complaining that you will need an analysis type. So let's create the types folder. So I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to create a folder which will be types. Now inside the types, what we will do is we are going to create a file which will be index.ts. Now inside the index.ts, I will create a export type, analysis type, and this is going to be equals to, I'm going to create a pipe. I will have a summary. Okay, then what I will do is I will just do a copy paste. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it for the others as well. So I will put it for the QA. After that we are going to have the sentiment. After sentiment we are going to have the entities, and then after entities we are going to have the extract. Okay, so we have all this analysis type. Now this analysis type can be used into our data, which we have it here. So I'm going to remove this and I will go down, and here I'm going to have my analysis type. So I will be having the analysis type. Okay, so we have our data ready here. Now after data, what we will do is we can now use this data and we can go to our layout.tsx. And in the layout.tsx, what we will do first is first we are going to have our metadata part. So I'm going to change this, and this is going to be docu AI, which is the name of our application. I will be having AI powered document analysis. And then for the description, we are going to have the, so I will just change the AI powered multi-tenant. So I will have here multi-tenant document analysis. And in the description, what I will write is I will have the analyze and collaborate on documents with Google Gemini AI. Okay, I misspelled the document, so I will just correct it. All right, so this is what we will have it. Now what we will do next is we are going to go here. We will be having the clerk HTML, and we have the body. Now before having the child, we are going to create some divs so that we can create our layout and the structure. So I will be having a div. Let's give some classes to this div. So I will be having the min height as screen. I will be having flex. I will have the flex as column. Now inside this div we are going to put our children. Now here what structure we are going to follow is, the first thing we will be having is the header part. So I will be having a header. After the header we are going to have the main section. So I will be having the main, and then we are going to have the footer part. So I will be having the footer. Now inside the main we are going to keep our, so I will have here main tag, and I'm going to give some classes as flex 1, so that whatever the space in between the header and the footer is going to take all that space. And here you can put the children. So I'm going to cut this, and here you have the children. Okay, now we need to create the header component and we need to create the footer component. So what we can do is I can go to the components folder. So right now we don't have any components folder. So we can create a components folder if we install or if we add any of the setcn UI component. So here what we will do is we are going to have the setcn UI latest, and we will need the button component. After button component, I will have the avatar. So I will be having avatar component. We will also need the badge component. So I'm going to add all the components that we are going to need. So we will be having a dialog, input, select, text area, label, sonar, and drop down menu. Let's hit enter. And this is going to add all these components to our project, which we can just use it to build it. So here we see that we have an error, and the error, it says that it may not exist at the registry, suggests that the item name is correct, and for which one, it's dialog, I have given a wrong name. So I will go back here and I'm going to change that one. So it was a typo, and I'm going to have this dialog. I'm going to hit enter, and now it says that checking registry, and it's installing all the dependencies. So we have all these components installed in a component file. So if I go to the component UI, you see we have all this. Now inside this component, I'm going to create another folder which will be a common, and in the common I'm going to create my header and the footer. So I will go here, and here I'm going to create a header.tsx, and I'm going to have my footer.tsx. So I will be having a footer.tsx. Now first let's go to the header part. Okay, so here what I will do is we're going to have the export default, and we will be having the header. Now in this this is going to be a function, and inside this what we will do is we are going to create a constant get nav items. Okay, this is going to give us a navigation items, and the first navigation item I'm going to simply have the base items. So I will be having a base items, and this base item will be an array. And in this what I will do is I'm going to have my href, which is going to go on the slash. After that I'm going to have my label, and that is label is going to go have the home, and then I will have the icon on this one, and this will going to have the home icon. Okay, and I'm going to give some classes to this home icon, where width will be 4 and height is going to be 4. Okay, so this is a very simple navbar we have. Okay, I see there is an error because I have missed here function. Now apart from that, what else we have in the base item is the organization switcher. So what I will do is I'm going to have here href, and in this this is going to be another route which will be select org, and then we are going to give a label and our label. So if we want to go and check, then you see that this is the home and this is the organization switcher. So that's what we are going to have it, these two navigation items. So here the label will be switch organization. So this is going to be in a quotes. So I will put the quotes here, and then we need to give the icon. So I will be having the icon, and the icon will be users, and let's give some classes to it. So I will be having the class name, width as 4, height as 4. Okay, so we have these two as a base item. Now after this, what we need to do is this function is going to return something. So I'm going to go here, I will be having a return, and what is going to return is I will be having base dot base items. Okay, after that what I will do is I'm going to create a constant as nav items, and this is going to equals to the get nav items which we have created. Okay, now let's go and let's write the JSX for our header. So I'm going to have the return here, and inside the return, the first thing we will have is the header tag. We're going to give some classes to it. So what I will do is I will just copy and paste the classes for that. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, now inside the header, what we will do next is we are going to have a div. I will give the class to that div. We will be having a container. Max width will be auto. Padding on x-axis will be 4. I will have the height as 16. We will be having the flex. The items will be in the center, and then we will be having justify between. Okay, next inside that we are going to place our logo. So here this is going to be a logo part. We are going to have a link which is the next link. On this link we are going to have an href. So we are going to give the href as slash, which is going to take us to the home page. Let's give some classes. I will be having the flex. I will have the items as center. I will be having gap 2, font as bold, then we will have the text as Excel. Now inside the link, what we will do is we are going to have a icon which is going to be a brain icon. We give some classes to this icon, height as 6, width as 6, and we will have the text blue as 600. Okay, after that we are just going to have our text which is the docu AI. Okay, I'm going to make this AI as uppercase. All right, so we have this docu AI. After that we need to display the navigation items. So here I'm going to have the navigation. Oops, I misspelled the navigation. So we will have this navigation. Now what we can also do is we can just import this header into our layout. So I can go to the layout, and here I'm going to have the header component. Okay, so if I go here, then I want to see something. So if I go here, then we see that we have a problem. We see we have the proxy.ts. Okay, and I will just rerun the server. So I will just close this and I will run it again. Okay, so now if we go and check, then we should be able to see something. So we see that we have this docu AI, and we also have docu AI here. All right, the next thing what we will do is we are going to go and get the navigation items, and here what I will do is I'm going to have a nav, and inside this nav I'm going to give the classes to it. I will be having the medium as flex. I will be having the items center, and then I will be having gap as 1. The next what we will need is we will need to loop through all the nav items dot map on it. We are going to get the individual item. This is going to be an arrow function, and inside that what we will do is we are going to have a constant is active, and this is going to be equals to we are going to check the path name. So let me have a path name. So what we need to do is we need to get the path name first. So I will go here and I'm going to have a constant path name. This is going to coming from the use path name from next navigation. Okay, I misspelled the constant. I will just correct that. All right, then we have the path name. Here what I will do is this is equals to I will have the item dot href. So if that matches, or we are going to have the item dot href not equals to slash, and we are going to have the path name dot starts with item ref. So we will be having the item ref. Okay, so if this is the condition, in that case we get the is active true or false. Okay, then we return some JSX. So I will be having a return some JSX, and what JSX we are going to return is we are going to have a link from the next navigation. On this link we are going to give a key, and this key is going to have the item.href, which is going to be a unique. We're going to have the href. This is going to be equals to the items.href. So this is going to be item. So I will copy and put it here. Now inside that, what we will do is we are going to use the button, which is the setCN component. And in this button, we need to give a variant first to this button. So let me have the variant. On the variant, what I will do is if it's an active, then in that case, we are going to use the secondary. If not, then we are going to use the ghost. So I will be having the ghost variant. Okay, we need to provide the size of our button. So our size of the button will be SM, and then we need to provide the class name. So I will be having class name. I will give gap as 2. Okay, inside that, what we will need is we will be having the item dot icon for that button, and then we will be having the item dot label. So if we go and check, then here you see that we have an error, use path name. So we are importing a component, use path name. It's a React hook. We need to make it as a client component. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to make it as a use client, and we will not be having any errors. Okay, we have the home and we have the switch organization. At this moment, we don't have any navigation for the switch organization, so it goes to 404. That's fine. Okay, now we have this. After that, we also need to have the authentication part where a user will see the sign in and the sign out. So if I go back here and we complete the nav, so I'm going to go down, and here I'm going to have my auth. So what I will do here is we're going to make use of the clerk component. So I will be having a div. I will have a class name as flex items center. I will have a gap as 4, and inside this I'm going to have that if user is signed in, and then here I will have a div. I'm going to give a class name to this div as for medium device it will be flex. I will have the items as center. I will have the gap as 2, and inside this we are going to have the user button. Okay, but if that is not the case and if a user is signed out, so I'm going to have here the sign out, then in that case what we are going to have is I'm going to have a div. I'm going to give a class name to this div as medium device. I will be having a flex. I will be having items as center. I will have gap as 2, and after that what I will do is I'm going to have a link tag. In the link tag I'm going to have the href. We're going to go to the slash sign in. Okay, so I will be having a slash sign in page, and inside that we're going to have the button. I'm going to give the variant to the button, and this variant is going to be ghost. Okay, we need to give the size to the button, which is going to be SM. Inside that we will be having a login icon. Okay, and on the login icon let's give the classes to that icon. So I'm going to have the height as 4, width as 4, and margin right as 2. We are going to give the label, so that is going to be sign in. Okay, so this is a sign in. What I will do is I'm going to copy this. I'm going to have the same thing here. I will change this to sign in, and this is going to be sign up. This is going to be sign up. Here we are going to have the icon as user plus, and I'm going to change this. This is not going to be a ghost, so I will just remove it. Let's go and let's check. So if I go back here, then we see that now. Okay, so if I go and see, I'm going to have this margin right as 1, and here also I will have the margin right as 1. All right, so now we see that we have the sign in and we have the sign up. Right now we don't have any pages for it, so that's why it's going to the 404, but that's fine. Okay, so we have our header ready. Now the next part what we will do is we are going to have our footer part, which is going to be ready. So I'm going to go to the footer, and since the footer is going to be a very static, so if I go here and if we go, then it's a very static. There are not any pages, not going to anywhere. So what I will do is I'm going to have a export default, and we are going to have a function footer. All right, and we are going to create a basic footer. So what I will do first is I will be having a current year, which is going to be equals to the new date, and I'm going to have the get full year. All right, after that I will have my JSX part. So I will have a return here, and in the return what I will do is I'm going to have the footer. I'm going to give some classes to it as border top, background gray 50. All right, after that what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I'm going to give some classes to the div as container max auto, padding on x-axis as 4 and padding on y-axis as 12. Okay, now here I'm going to get some static data, so I'm going to put the static data here. You will see that we have the footer links, and here I'm going to get my icons, so I will be having the GitHub, then I will be having the Twitter, so I will be having the Twitter, and I will be having the mail. Okay, so we have these icons, and what I will do is I'm going to simply do a copy paste of the static footer that we will be having. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, now we need to import the link, so let me have the link from next link, and if I go up, then what else we need to do is we need to import this icon, which is a brain icon, and that's all. And if we go here, then we don't see any of the footer. What we need to do is we need to import this footer into our layout, and you will notice that it's just a static purely Tailwind CSS classes and the static content, so there's no functionality. So I just did a copy paste so that we don't waste much time building the static part of our project. So I will go to the layout, and in the layout here what I will do is I'm going to have the footer, so I will import that. If I go here, then we see that we have the header part, we also have the footer part. Now we need to build the content of the main part. So here is the main, so let's go and let's build that. So I will go to the page here, and on the page what I will do is we need to have a JSX. So I'm going to have here, I'm going to remove this, and we will start with an empty fragment. And the first thing we need to do is we will be having the hero section. After that, what we will do is we are going to have the features section. So I'm going to be having the features section. After the features sections, we are going to have that how it works. And the last one is the CTA, which is the call to action. So I'm going to have the CTA. Okay, if we go and see, then we have divided into 4 parts. The first is the hero part, then we have the feature, we have how it works, and we have the call to action. So we have all these 4. Now let's start with first is the call to action. So what I will do is in this section, I'm going to have the classes. I will give the padding on y-axis as 20, background as linear to right, so I will have the linear to right. Then I need to give the color, so I will be having the from blue 50 to indigo 50. Okay, after this section, inside that what we will do is we are going to have a div. Here I'm going to have a class, I will be having a container, I will have a max width as 4xl. After that we are going to have the max x-axis auto, we will be having padding on our x-axis as 4, then we have the text as center. Okay, the next we will be having a h2 tag, and inside this we're going to give the classes. We will be having text 3xl, then we will be having the font as bold, and then we will be having the margin bottom as 4. Next we will be having here ready to analyze your documents. Okay, so we have this. If we go and check, then we are building this part, which is this one. Okay, after the h1, what we will have is we are going to have a paragraph tag. I'm going to give the classes, so maybe I will just copy paste the paragraph tag. So I'm going to copy and I put the paragraph tag here. Then we are going to have a link, so this is going to be next link. In this link we need to give an href, so this href will be I'm going to have the slash sign up, and here I'm going to have the button, and inside the button what I will do is I'm going to have the size of that button as large. So my button did not got imported, let me import it again, and I'm going to give the classes as padding x-axis as 8. Okay, here I'm going to have the get started, and the last one is the another paragraph which I can just copy paste. So I will copy and I'm going to put my paragraph tag here. So we have this section ready. Okay, the next section what we will do is we are going to build the how it works. So in the how it works, what I will do is I'm going to have my section again. On this section I can give a class as padding y16. Okay, inside that what we will do is we are going to have a div. We will be having the class name to this div as container. We will be having the max width as md. I will have the max as auto. Okay, inside that I will again have an h2, and on the h2 we will be having the classes. I will be having the text 3xl, then we will be having the font as bold. After that we will be having text as center, and I will have the margin bottom as 12. Here I'm going to have how it works. Okay, now the next what we will do is after h2 we are going to have another div. I will be having the class names to this div as space y4. I will have the max width as MD, and I will have the max access as auto. All right, next what we have is the I will have the steps, and on the steps I will have a map, and here inside that what we will do is I'm going to have the step and the index. Now this step is, we already have it in our data, so if I go here then you will see that we have the steps here, so we are just using that. It's a static part. So we have this one. I will be having an arrow function, and here inside that what I will do is I'm going to have a div. On this div I will be having a key, and here we are going to have the index. Okay, now we need to give some classes to this, so our classes will be flex. So what I can do is I can just copy paste the step part. So I will copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, we need to import the check circle. All right, now if we go here then we see that we have the steps as well. The next part of the step is the features, and then we have the hero section. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and let's build the features section. So if I go here, then in the features what we have is I'm going to have a section. I will be having the classes as py as 16. Then we will need the background, so I will be having bg gray 50. Okay, inside the section we are going to have a div. I will be having a classes as container max wxxl. After that we will be having the max auto, and then we have the px as 4. Okay, then we will be having an h2, and inside this h2 we will be having here everything you need. We'll provide some classes to it. So what I will do is I will just do a copy paste of this classes, so it's the same classes, so I'm going to copy and add it here. Inside that what we will do is we are going to have a div, and I will give a class name to this div. So we are going to create the grid of 4. So you see we have the 4 here, so we are going to create the grid of that. So I will be using grid. We will be having grid false as 2 for medium device, so I will be using MD here, and for the larger devices I'm going to have the grid as column as 4. Okay, let's give the gap as 8. Okay, after that what we will do is we need to loop through all the features. So let me copy paste the features where we are looping through. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to put it here. Now you need to know where this features is. So this feature is in our data part which we have, and this card is a component coming from the SignIn UI. So I will have the card, I will have the card header, then we will have the card title, and we are going to have the card description. Now if we go, then we can see that we have these as well. The only part in our home page is the hero section. So if I go here, then here what we need to do is I'm going to again have a section. So I will just do a copy paste first of this, and then I will just make amendments there wherever it's needed. So in this we will have a classes change. So I will be having the padding y as 20, and we will have the text center. Okay, after that we will be having another div where we will be having a container. I will be having 4xl max auto and this one. Then we will be having an h1 tag. So let me change this to h1 tag. We will be having this as a 4xl, and for medium devices, so I will be having the MD. I will have the 5xl. We will need the font bold. I'm going to change the remove the text center, and margin bottom we're going to put it as 6, and here I'm going to put the text. So I'm going to copy the text and put it here. Okay, so this is my text where I have this AI powered document analysis and then teams. All right, after that we will need to have a paragraph tag. So I'm going to just remove this, and I'm going to put a paragraph tag. On this paragraph tag we are going to have some classes, so I will just do a copy paste of that. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we will be having this here. Now we just need these 2 buttons. So what I will do is I can just take these 2 buttons from the header and I will just use them. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to copy, I will go to my page, I will copy it here. Okay, now here what we will do in the classes is I'm going to remove the classes and give my own classes. So we will be having the flex, we will have the flex call. For smaller devices we are going to have the flex as row, and after that we will be having the gap as 4, and we will be having justify as center. Okay, after that we will be having a link, we will be having it going it to the sign up page. Okay, we will be having a button, of size. So I'm going to remove this variant. We will be having this as a large. Let's give some classes to it. So I'm going to have a padding on x-axis as 8. Okay, now we don't need this one, and here what we will have is we are going to have start the trial. Okay, then we will have the next button, which is on the sign in. Here also this is going to be large, so I will have the LG, and we don't need any icon. This is going to be sign in, and we'll give some classes to the button. So I will have the classes here as px8. Okay, I'll also give a variant, so I'm going to have a variant as outline. All right, so now if I go back here, then we see that we have the complete home page ready. So this is our home page for the application. Now before we go and write anything else, what we will do is first we are going to create the sign in and the sign up pages. Now these pages will be coming from the clerk. So what I will do is if I go here, and if we want to go to the documentation, so let me go to the documentation. So I will go here, I will have the clerk docs. Okay, and in this, if we want to search for the sign in, so let me have the custom sign in. Okay, build a custom sign in flow. So here we are going to have that if we want to build a custom sign in flow, what we will do is, so if we are using the Next.js, then we need to go into the app, we need to create a sign in folder, and inside that we need to give this naming convention, then we create the page.tsx. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. So if I go here, and in the app, what I will do is I'm going to create a folder. First let's have the auth part. So this is the auth part. Inside the auth we are going to have a sign in. Okay, I'm going to create one more folder which will be sign up. Okay, now inside the sign in, what we need to do is we need to create another folder which will have this, and there will be one more square brackets, and we will have dot 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 sign in. So this is the convention we need to use given by the clerk, and then you can have a page.tsx inside that. So I will be having page.tsx. Similarly for the sign up, if I go here, then we have this and this, we will be having dot dot dot, we will have sign up, and inside the sign up we can again have our page.tsx. Okay, now we have both the page.tsx. Inside this page.tsx, what I will do is I will simply have the export default function. I will be having the sign up page. This is going to be an function, and what we will do is we are going to return a div from here, and inside the div we will be having the sign up component which will be coming from the clerk. Here what I will do is I'm going to give some classes. So minimum height, I will be having screen, I will be having flex, then I will be having items center, I will be having the justify as center. Now I'm going to copy this, and I will be using in the sign in as well. Okay, instead of sign up, this is going to be sign in, this is going to be sign in, and this is going to be sign in. Okay, now we have both the pages ready. Now once we are ready, we can just go here, and here what we did is we did the same thing, we just added this one. All right, and after that what it says that we need to add the URLs. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this. Okay, and I will add this URL into my .env. So I will go back here, I will go to .env, I will go below the clerk, I will add these two. This is sign in, I'm going to have the sign up, and this is going to go to sign up. All right, now if we go and check, so if I go here and if I click on this sign in, then we see that we have this beautiful sign in to a multi-tenant. If I click on the sign up, then we see that we have a problem with the sign up. So let me fix that. I'm going to go here, sign up, and we have this page.tsx. Okay, I will go to the page. Okay, so here also we have the sign up. So I'm going to copy, and I will see where all we have the sign up. Okay, we have all the sign up. Okay, so I don't see that there is any problem. This is a sign up, this is a, so I see the problem that this should be part of the auth. So I have to move this. Okay, so now we have the sign in and we have the sign up. So now it should work. So if I go here, sign up, if I click on sign in, sign up, if I click on the home page again, if I click on sign up, then we see this. If I click on the sign in, then we see this. All right, so our this part is working fine. We have integrated the sign in and the sign up. We have built a custom sign in and sign up. All right, now the next thing what we need to do is that whenever we create a new user, all right, we fill this information, we click on continue. This is going to create a new user in the clerk, but we need to sync that user into our database as well. So we have this database and the user table. So what we are going to do is we're going to write a utility to sync a user from the clerk to the database. So let's write that. So I'm going to go to the lib. In the lib, I'm going to create a new file, and the name of the file would be sync user.ts. Okay, now in this sync user.ts here, what we will do is we will be having the export, and I will be having async, and after that we will be having a function, and our function name will be sync user to database. Okay, and this is going to be a function. Now what we will do is we are going to use the try and catch block, and in the try block first we will have a constant. We will be having clerk user. So we take the clerk user from the function which is a current user provided by the Clerk Next.js server. Okay, now once we have this is going to give us the information about the user, like what is the user ID, what is his name and everything. But if we don't have any clerk user, then in that case what we will do is we are just going to return null. Okay, we don't have to sync anything. But if that is not the case, then we will first extract is email, and the email will be clerk user dot email address, and this email address is an array, so we'll take the first index element, and then we are going to have that if that is available we are going to have the email address. If not, then we keep it as an empty. Okay, similarly we take the name as well. So if we want to take the name, what we will do is we are going to have the first name and the last name. So I will be having the clerk dot first name. Okay, if it's not available we take it as an empty, and then we are going to have the clerk user dot last name. If it's not available we are going to keep it as empty, and then we are going to just trim all the white spaces that is between them. So we have these two. Now what we have to do is first we need to check whether the user is available in the database or not with this clerk user dot id. So I'm going to have that check if user exists in DB. Okay, so now if we want to check, what we will do is first we are going to get a user based on the clerk ID. So I will have the let db user is equals to await. We will be using our Prisma now. So Prisma dot our user table, and we will be finding a unique field. So we will have a find unique. Okay, inside that we need to give a where clause. So we need to find where the clerk user ID is equals to the clerk user dot ID. If we find a user, that means the user is already there in the database. So what we will do is that if we have the DB user, then in that case we need to update the existing user. So I will have the update existing user. But if that is not the case, then in that case what I will do is I'm going to have a create new user. Okay, so first we will update it. So for update, what we will do is we are going to use db user, and we will be using await. We will again have the prisma dot user table dot update, and when we update we need to pass the data. So now here we need to pass the where clause, which record in the db we need to update. We need to update where the id is equals to the db user which we have got dot id. Now after that we need to pass the data that we want to update. So our data would be email address and name. So if it's a name, then name, or it is going to be db user dot name. Okay, so this is the case where we need to update it. But if we don't want to update it and we want to create a new user, so in that case what I will do is I'm going to just copy this. Okay, we need to create. In this case we don't need a where clause, we will only need the data. So first we will have the clerk user ID. This is going to be equals to the clerk user dot ID. Next what we will need is we will need the email address, and then we will have the name. If there is no name, then in that case we are just going to have a user. And then what we will do is last we will be having a console dot log, and what we will log new user created, and we give the email address of that new user because that's the unique. And last we are going to return the db user. But if that's not the case and if we have an error, then what I will do is I will have the console dot error, and we will have the error syncing user from clerk. Okay, and I'm going to have the error here. Next what we will do is we are going to have the throw error. So we have this one. Now what we will do is we will just need to use this method, and we need to sync a user in our db. So we are going to put this method in the layout. Okay, so I will go here, and just before the return here we are going to have the await. And we will be having the sync user to database. Okay, for this we need to make this as async. So let me have the async here. Now I'm going to close all the other pages which we don't want it. So what I will do is I'm going to close everything. Okay, and we have just this one. Now if we want to check, we can just create a new user. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and since we haven't implemented the other APIs related to the switch user and that one, so we're going to delete that user later on. So I'm going to go to the sign in. I will go on sign up. I'm going to create a new user as test. I will have the test@gmail.com, and I need to provide the password. Okay, now if I click on continue, then you will notice that we see that the password is found in a breach. So for safety reasons, by default you have all these flags enabled. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the configuration, and in the configuration I will do that verify at sign up. I will just off that. I don't need any email verification. All right, then we will also have that email verification code, so I'm going to off that. I will save it. In the password, I will also disable the client trust. You don't do that in the production. This is just a sample project. Then what we will do is this one here, I'm going to make this update password requirement, and I will just do reject compromise passwords. I'm going to update it and I'm going to save it. Okay, I saved it. Now if I go back here and if I click on continue, then we see that our user is created. If I click here, then we see that this is a test user and we have our user is created. Now we see that there is an issue here, which is this one. That's fine for now. We will just ignore it and we'll see it later on. Okay, but we also need to see that our user is created in the database or not. So if I go here and if I go to the users, then you see that our user is created. This is our user ID. This is the Clerk user ID which Clerk creates, and we have this one. All right, so our user functionality is working. We are also able to sync the user, and we can also create the new user. Now the next part will be to assign this user to an organization so that we can have this multi-tenant based on the organizations. All right, so the next part what we will do is we are going to work on the API routes that we will need for our project. So let me show you the API routes that we will be building. So I will go here, and these are the API routes that we will need. We will be needing a post endpoint, which is for the create an organization. So whenever you create an organization, it should be created into your Clerk, as well as it should also be created into your database. Then we need a post endpoint in order to upload the documents. So whatever the documents we need to do the analysis, we need to upload them. After that, we will be having a get endpoint that is going to give us the documents that we have already analyzed or we have uploaded. We can also delete those documents, and we will need a post endpoint to analyze the document with the Gemini AI. All right, so let's go and let's work on that. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and inside my app router, I'm going to create a new folder with API. All right, and inside that, what we will do is we are going to create another folder which will be organizations, and inside the organizations I'm going to create my route.ts. Then I'm going to create another folder that will be for the documents, and inside the documents I'm going to create my route.ts. I will also create a slug inside this. So this is going to be document ID, which will take the dynamic ID, and inside that I'm going to create again the route.ts. Okay, now after that, what we will do is we are going to have the analyze documents. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create one more folder which will be analyze, and inside the analyze I'm going to create my route.ts. Okay, so we have all the routes that we will need. First, we will start implementing the organization. So whenever we create a organization in the Clerk, we also want to create it in our database. So what I will do is I'm going to have my export async function. So I will have the function, and this will be a post. Now this is going to accept a request. This is going to be of type request. Now after that, what we will do is we are going to have a try catch block, and the first thing you need to take is you will take the user ID for the logged in user, and this will be coming from the auth, and this auth comes from the Clerk. Now after that, what we will do is we are going to check that if we don't have any user ID, then in that case the user is not logged in, so we need to return a response. So I will have a next response.json, and here we will have the object. We are going to have the error which is going to be unauthorized. We can also pass the status, and the status will be 401. Okay, after that what we will do is if we have the user, then we are going to take the body of the request, and this is going to be await. We will be having the request.json, and in this body what we will have is whenever you create a organization, you're going to get the organization name, its slug, and the create org id. So I will have the clerk org id, so I will have the id here. After that we are going to have the name, and we will be having the slug. Okay, and this is going to be equals to the body. Okay, and we need to create this as a constant. Now if we want to see, then if we go here, and if I go to the clerk, and here I'm going to go to the overview, and let me go to my other project. So I'm going to go to the document, and inside the document I will go to the organization. So here you will see that we have this organization, and if I go to the any of the organization, so if I click here and view organization, then here you will see that you have the name of the organization, you have the slug, and then you will have the org id. So these three we are going to get it. So we have all the three, and once we have that, what we will do is we are going to go here, and we will be having that if there is no clerk org id and if there is no name, then in that case what we will do is we are going to return a response. So I'm just going to copy this response. Okay, and in this response what I will do is for the error part I will be having missing required fields. Okay, and for the status I'm going to have it 400 because it's a client-side error. Now if that's not the case, then what we will do is we are going to have that check if organization already exists. Then in that case what we will do is I will have a constant. I will be having the existing org, and this is going to be equals to the await. I will be having the prisma dot organization dot find unique, and we need to provide a where clause. So I will be having a where clause, and in the where clause it will be the clerk org id. Now if we find this existing org id, then in that case we need to return a response. So I'm going to have a return, and I will return a response here, and in this JSON what I will do is I'm going to have the success as true, then I'm going to have the organization, and in the organization I'm going to have my existing org, and then we will have the message, and in the message we are going to have that organization already exists. Okay, and I'm not going to send any status here. But if that is not the case, then first what we will do is we are going to find the user who is creating this organization. So I will be having a find user. I'm going to have the let user, and this is going to equals to the await. We will be having the prisma dot user find unique. Okay, and inside this what we will do is we are going to pass the where clause, and here in the where what we will pass is we are going to pass the clerk user id, and this is going to be the user id which we have taken. So here is the user id which we have taken from the auth. Now after that what we will do is we are going to create the organization. So let me have create organization in db. So if we want to create, I will have a constant. I will have organization. This is going to be equals to the await. I will have the prisma dot organization dot create, and in this we will pass the data. So I will have the data. The first we need to pass is the clerk org id, then we will pass the name, and after that we will pass the slug. And for the slug what I will do is I'm going to have that if there is a slug then we pass it. If not, then we are going to have the name. We're going to make it as to lower case. Then we will just replace all the space in the name, and then we are going to replace it with a hyphen. So I'm going to just put a regex here. So I will copy, and I'm going to put this regex here. Okay, so we have this one. Now once we create the organization, we will also need to create the organization members. So if I go here, and if you go here and you see, then if I go to the visualizer, then you will see here that when you create an organization, this organization also have an organization member where you will have who is the user creating the organization, what is the organization ID, and we assign the role of that user. Okay, so we need to create this one. So let's go back, and here what I will do is I'm going to have my await prisma dot organization member dot create. Okay, now in this we need to pass the data again. So I will have the data, and our data will be, first one will be the user ID, which is going to be the user dot id. Now after that we will have next one is the organization ID, and this is going to be organization dot id, and then we will be having the role, and on the role I will assign a role as owner. Okay, so we have this data. Now, one thing we need to do here is that we will have to check that if whatever the user we are creating, and if we don't have this user, let's say there was no user in the database with this, then what I will do is I'm going to have a check here that if we don't have any user, then in that case we are going to say that user is not logged in. So what I will do is I'm going to have this one and I'm going to just put it here. Okay, now we don't have any errors here and I can just remove this as well. After that, what we will do is we are going to just return the response. So I will go here, I'm going to have the return next response dot JSON, and in the JSON we will have the success as true. Then we are going to have the organization, then we are going to have the message, and this time the message will be that organization created successfully. But if that is not the case, then we are just going to have our catch, and in the catch we will be having the console error, and here we are going to have that organization post, and we are going to have the error here, whatever the error we get it, and we will also pass the response. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy the response here. So I will copy this, I will go here and I'm going to put it here, and in the error I will just change the error message. So I will having the error dot message, and if that is not available, then what we will do is we are going to have the, so I'm going to just change this to any so that we don't get an error, and here we are going to have the failed to create organization. Okay, and the status is going to change to 500. Okay, so we have this API ready. In this API we are creating a new organization, and we are also assigning a organization member where a user is assigned with an organization. All right, so we are done with this. We're going to use it whenever we create the new organization. Now the next one is I'm going to write the analyze one, where we are going to analyze the document. So what I will do is I'm going to have the export, we will be having the async function, and I'm going to have it as post. Okay, this is also going to take the same request of type request, and then what I will do is I will have my try catch block, and in the try catch block what we need to do is the first one is we have to check the auth, whether a user is authenticated or not. The second thing we will do is we will have a get request data, whatever the request data we have. After that, we need to find the document into the database, whichever document we want to do the analysis of. The next thing we will do is we find the document, and after finding the document we're going to have the get content of the document so that we can see that whether we can do analysis on this content or not. After that, we will be doing the analysis using Gemini AI. Once we do the analysis, we are going to save the result into our database. So we will be having save result to DB, and in the last we are going to just return the response. So we will be having the return response. All right. So these are the steps that we are going to perform whenever we'll do the analysis of the document. So let's start with get auth. So to get the auth, we are going to have the constant, and we will be using the same user ID. This user ID is equals to the await, and we will get from the auth. Okay, once we get this, if there is no user ID, then in that case what we will do is we are simply going to return a response. So I can just copy from here. So I'm going to go here and I will just copy this one. Okay, and I'm going to put it here. So here either I can have as unauthorized, or if I don't want to have unauthorized, then I can just have it here as please sign in, and this is going to be user ID. Okay, if that's not the case, then what we will do is we are going to get the document ID. Apart from that, we are going to get the organization ID, then we are going to have the analysis type. Okay, so these three things we are going to get it. We are going to get the document ID, we are going to get that this document belongs to which organization, so we're going to get the organization ID, and we will see that what type of analysis we need to do, because we have a different types of analysis in our Gemini AI, like summary, QA, sentiment, and all these are coming from the request. So I'm going to have the request JSON. I will apply a check that if we don't have a document ID or we don't have an organization ID. Okay, so I will be having the organization ID, then in that case we need to return a error message. I can take the same error message from here. So I will go here and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it here. Okay, missing required fields. After that, what we will do is we are going to find a document into our database. So in the database we have a table called document, so we're going to find there. So I will be having document, this is going to be await, we will be having the prisma dot document dot find first. So Prisma didn't got imported. Let me import the Prisma again, and here we are going to have the find first. So whatever the first match, we need to take that, and in this we need to pass a where clause. So I will be having a where clause, and where the ID will be equals to the document ID, okay, plus we will be having the organization, and this organization we will be having the clerk org ID as the organization ID, okay. After that we are going to have to find the members, and this member is equals to I will be having sum, and here I'm going to have my user, the user who is asking for this analysis. So I will be having the clerk user ID that will be equals to the user ID which I have it. So this is exactly going to give me the document, that who wants to do analysis of the document and who is uploaded the document and what is the organization in which it was uploaded. So this will all make sense when we create the UI. Right now we don't have the UI, so we are just relying on the APIs, okay. Now what we will do is that if we don't find any document with that document ID to do the analysis, then in that case we will simply return a response. So I will be having return, and if this document is not available, okay. So I will just copy this and I'm going to put it here, okay. And in this case the response message, so here is the error. So I'm going to have that document not found or no access. I'm going to have this as 404. But if we find the document, then we need to get the content of that document. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will be having the content, and this content will be equals to the document dot content. And if this is not the case, then I will just have the document dot name, okay. Now what I will do is I will have that if we don't have a content that we are trying to analyze, then in that case we will simply have a response. So I will have a response here, and I will have that document has no content to analyze, okay. And I'm going to make this as 400. But if that is not the case, then what we will do is we are going to run the analysis. So I will be having a constant. I will have a summary which is going to equals to the await, and I'm going to have this analyze with Gemini. So we have already created this function analyze with Gemini here. So we are going to make a call on this function. This function needs a text and the analysis type. So we are going to pass those two things. So here I'm going to have the content for which the analysis to be done, and then I will have the analysis type, okay. Once we have that summary, we will save the results into the database. So I will be having constant update document, and this is going to be equals to the await. We will be having Prisma dot document dot update. So we will be using the update, and inside the update what we will do is first which document we need to update. So the where clause, I will be having the ID, and this is going to be document ID, okay. Now the next what we will do is we are going to have the data. So I will be having the data, and what data we will be having here is we will be having the AI summary. So if you want to see the schema, then if we go here, if we go to the schema, and if we go to the document, then we will update the AI summary keyword and the sentiment part. So we have the AI summary here, and this is going to be equals to the summary. Then we are going to have the AI keyword, and this is going to be equals to the analysis type. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it as the analysis type, okay. After that what we will do is we are going to have the sentiment. So I will be having a sentiment, and this sentiment will be equals to the analyzed, okay. Or what I will do is I'm going to have the analysis type here. So I'm going to cut this, and I will be having the analysis type here, and I'm going to have cut this, and I will be putting analyzed here, okay. We can also do like this. All right, so there's no hard and fast what you need to put where. It's just that I'm putting it in this way, okay. Now this is also done. The last part is we need to return the response. So this is going to be return. I will have the next response dot JSON, and in this what we will do is we are going to return the success as true. After that we will be returning the summary that we have received, and then we will be having the document information. So this is going to have the ID, and this ID will be the updated document dot ID. Then we are going to have the name. This is going to be updated document dot name, and the last thing we want is the AI summary, and this is going to be equal to the updated document dot AI summary. Now if this is not the case and we get some error, then what I will do is we are going to have the error. I'm simply going to copy paste the error part from here. So I will have this one, copy, I will go here and I'm going to put it here. First thing, I have to change this one. So this is going to be analysis error, and we have the error here. Then we also return the response, and this response is going to be a error message, whatever the error message we have. And here I'm going to have the analysis failed. We have this error, so I'm going to have to give a type here, so I will give it any. All right, so we have this API as well ready. Now the next API we need to work on is the document API. So what I will do is we will first work on the delete document API, and then we will see that how to upload a document and how to fetch the document. So I will go here and I'm going to go to the delete part first. So in the delete, we are going to pass the document ID. So to get the document ID, I will create a interface, and in this route params, what we have is we are going to have the parameter that we are going to pass. The parameter is basically the document ID that we need to delete. So what I will do is we're going to have this params, and this is going to be of type a promise. So we will be having a promise here, and in this promise we will be having the document ID. So I will be having document ID, and the type of this ID will be a string. Okay, so this is how you do it. Now we are going to create the function. So I will be having the export async function, and we will be giving it as delete. Now this is going to take a request of type request, and apart from that, it is also going to accept the params. So I will be having this params, and then we will give the type of this param is the route param. So I will have the route params here. Now this is going to be a function. Now in this function we will have the try catch block first. Now in the try section, I'm going to have a constant. I will first need to get my document ID. This is going to be equals to the await. We will be having the params. Okay, once I get the ID, I will also need the user ID. So I will have the user ID. This is going to be equals to the await. It will be coming from the auth. Okay, the next we will have is first we will check that whether the user ID is available or not. So I'm going to just go and paste this. So I will copy this, and I'm going to go here and I'm going to put this here because this is a common part. I will have the next response, and we have this undefined. The next what we will do is we are going to have that we need to get document with organization information. So to get the document, what I will do is I will have a constant document. This is going to be equals to the await. We will take it from the Prisma dot our documents table dot, and we need to do a find unique. Okay, here we need to give a where clause. So our where clause will be the ID, and this should match with the document ID. After that, what we will need to do is we need to see that what we need to include when we fetch this. So we need to include the organization information, and in the organization information, what we need to include is we need to include the member informations. So I will be having the members, and in the members, which member we want is we want that where the user will be clerk ID, and this should match with the user ID. So I will have the user ID. So I will explain you this a little bit. So you're trying to fetch a document with a document ID. So if I go here and if I go to the document table, then you're trying to fetch a document with the ID of the document. But when you fetch this document, what you need is you also need the organization information. So this document has a one-to-one relation with the organization information. So you get this organization information. Now this organization information has a relation with the organization member. So what members you need? You need a member with a user which has a user ID as this user ID. So this is what we are trying to do it here. Now once we get this, the next what we need to do is I will have that if I don't find any document, then I need to give a document not found. So I will go here and I'm going to copy this, and I will go back here and I'm going to paste it here, and I will say document not found or no access. But now what if that you have this document but you don't have any member in this document? So if I go back here, then you have this document, but this document have no user members. In that case, we need to tell the user that you are not authorized because this document doesn't belong to that user. So what I will do is we are going to have that if the document dot, we're going to have the organization dot member. Okay, and then the length of that member is equals to 0. Then in that case, we are going to return this response. This is going to be a 403 as this is forbidden. And here we are going to give the message as that you do not have permission to delete this document. Okay, now once we are done with this, the next is we need to delete the document and we need to delete the file from the Vercel blob. Okay, so now what we will do is we are going to have delete file from Vercel blob if exist. Now to delete it, we already have a function in our lib blob. So here if I go, this is the upload function and this is the delete function. So we are going to make a call on delete from the blob. So I will go back here and here is we going to have that document dot file URL. We're going to take that URL and then we'll do the try catch. So I will have a try catch and here I will have the await. I will be using delete from the blob, and when you delete from the blob, you need to pass your document URL. So I will have the file URL. Okay, and in the catch what I will do is I will simply have a console.log and I can have that failed to delete from blob. Okay, and we will just have the error here. But if we are successful in deleting the file from our Vercel blob, then we also need to delete that document from our database. So we will be having delete from DB. Okay, and to delete from DB, we will be having await prisma dot document dot delete, and which document we need to delete is we need to provide the where clause where the ID is equals to the document ID. So this is a document which we want to delete. Once that happens, we are going to return the response as next response dot JSON, and here we are going to have the success as true and we will have the message. So I will have the message and the message will be document deleted successfully. But if that is not the case and we need to give the error, then what I will do is I'm going to copy the error section. So I will copy the catch part and I'm going to come here and I will put it here. And here we are going to have the delete document error and I will just give this to any, and we will be having the error, and here we are going to have failed to document and we're going to have the 500 error. So this is the API which is going to help us to delete the document from the blob as well as from the database. All right, so we have done this one. Now the only API we need to write is the documents where you can upload a document and you can also get that document. So what I will do is let's go here and I'm going to start with the upload part first. So I will be having an export. We will be having the function and our function will be post. I will have a request and this is of type request and we have this function. Now the first thing is the very similar, we need to have that user. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this part. I will copy and I'm going to come here and I will paste it here. I will import this auth and I will also import the next response. Okay, so this is done. After that, what we will do is whenever you need to upload a file, you will be having a dialog box. So if I go here and if I go this one and if I go to the organization dashboard and if I click on the upload first document, and here if I click on the upload document, then you will see that you will get the name and you will get the information about the upload file. So we need to get all this. So what I will do is I will have a constant. I will get the form data and this is going to be equals to the await. I will have my request dot form data. Okay, now here I'm going to just extract the information that we need. The first one is the document name. So I will be having the form data dot get and I want to get the name and this is going to be as string. The next what I need is I will need the content and this is going to be form data dot get. Next we will need the clerk org ID. Okay, that is going to be equals to the form data dot get. We are going to get the organization ID and this is also be as a string, and then we will have the file that we are uploading. So I will have a file. I will be having form data dot get. We will be having file and this will be as file. So we have all this information. Now what we need to do is we need to check that if we are not getting this clerk org ID or the name, then we need to return that you need to provide this information. So what I will do is I will go here and I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to put it here. So we have this missing required fields. But if we have that, what we will do is we are going to find the organization with the organization ID. So we can just use this one because we are trying to find it. So I'm going to use this and I'm going to put it here. Now instead of the existing, I'm just going to have the organization from the Prisma, and I'm going to just remove this. And this is going to be clerk org ID, and this is going to be equals to the clerk org ID. Okay, either you give it or you remove it, it doesn't matter. Now if we don't find it, then in that case what we need to do is we need to say that the organization with this clerk ID not found. So I'm going to go here and I will be taking it from the here. So maybe the document not found will be very similar case. So I'm going to copy this. I will go back here, and here I'm going to have that if there is no organization, then organization not found. Okay, and we have 4 not 4. But if that is not the case, then we are going to find the user who is trying to upload this document. So I will be having a constant user, and I will have the await prisma dot user dot find unique. Okay, now we need to provide a where clause, that where the clerk user ID is equals to the user ID that I have. And when I find the user ID, what I need to include is I need to include the membership. So I will have the membership. And if you want to go and check what is this membership is, if we go to the schema again, and here if I go to the user, then we have a membership on that user, which is a organization member relation. So if I go to the organization member, then we'll get this information about the organization ID, the role, and everything. So I go back here and I look for the organization membership. So I'm going to go here and check for the that organization ID is equals to the organization dot ID. Okay, after that what we will do is we have this one. We will also need the information of the organization. So I'm going to have the include, and we need to include the organization information as well. So I will have the organization as true. But if we don't find a user, or if there are no membership on that user, then we will say that you don't have an access. So what I will do is I will go back here, and I'm going to just take this one, copy. I'm going to go here and I'm going to put it here. Okay, now here what I will do is I'm going to check first that if I don't find a user, or if my user membership. So I'm going to remove this. I will have my user dot membership length is equals to 0. You do not have permission to access this organization. So I will have a this organization, and it will be 403. Okay, so if this is not the case, then what we will do is I'm going to have some variables as file URL, and I'm going to give it as null. Then I'm going to have another which is a file size. I'm going to give it as null. Then I'm going to have the file type. This is going to also be equals to null, and then we will have the let extracted content, and this is going to be equal to the content that we have received. Now we need to upload this. So what we will do is upload the file to Vercel blob. Okay, so what we will do is in order to upload, we are going to make use of this function, which is the upload to blob. So I'm going to go here, and here we will be having that if we have a file and then the file dot size is greater than 0, then in that case what we will do is we're going to have a constant blob, and we will be doing the upload to blob. Okay, when we do upload to blob, we need to pass the file, we need to pass the clerk org ID, and we need to pass the user ID. Okay, so if I go here, then this is the arguments you will see: file, organization ID, and the user ID. Okay, which I have passed. Now this is going to give me a blob. Once I get the blob, I can assign the file URL, which is going to be blob.url. Okay, I will also have the file size, and this is going to be equals to the file which we had dot size. Okay, so we have the URL and we have the size. After that we are going to have the file type. So I will be having the file type. This is going to be equals to the file dot type. Okay, so we have all this. Now what we will do is if there is no content provided and we simply have a text file, then we need to extract the content of that text file. So what I will do is that if the extracted content is not available and we have the file dot type dot includes, and this has a text file, then in that case what we will do is we are going to assign this extracted content as await. We will be having the file and we will just have the text from that. Okay, now after this what we will do is we are now going to create the document into our database. So I will be having a constant document which is going to be equals to the await. We're going to have the prisma dot document dot create, and to create a document we need to provide the data. So I will be having the data, and our data will be the name of the document, the content, and this is going to be a extracted content if it's there, and if it's not available then we will have a null. After that we will be having the file URL, then we will be having the file size, and the file size will be equals to the file size. If it's not available we'll give it 0. Then we will have the file type, so I will be having the file type, but if it's not available then we are going to have a unknown. Okay, next we are going to have the organization ID. This is going to be equals to the organization dot ID. Then we are going to have the user ID. This is going to be equals to the user dot ID. After that we are going to have the AI keywords, so I will just have the array. Okay, and then when I create it, what I also need to do is I need to include the user. So I will have a select on that user, and I will select the name as true, and then I will have the email as true, because I want to give the response back, and when I give a response back I need this information as well. So I need that who is basically uploading this document, so that's why I'm having this name and email address. After that what we will do is we are also going to take some information from the organization. So from the organization what I want to select is I want to select the name of the organization, and I want to select the clerk organization ID as true. I will also need to make this name as true. All right, now we have this one. After that we will just need to return the response. So this is going to be a next response dot JSON, and in this what we will do is we are going to have the success as true. After that we are going to have the message, and in the message we will be having that document uploaded successfully, and then we'll provide the document information. So I will have the document information, first the ID as document dot ID, then we will provide the name, so which is going to be document dot name. After that we will be having the file URL, so we will be having file URL as document dot file URL. Then we will be having the organization, so I will be having the organization, which is going to be document dot organization dot name. And now you will understand that we get this name because we have did a select and we have extracted the name and the clerk org ID, so that's why we have the name here. Then we will also need to have the clerk org ID, so I will be having the clerk org ID, which is going to come from the document dot organization dot clerk org ID. And then we will be having who has uploaded this, so I will be having the uploaded by, and the value of the uploaded by will be document dot user dot name. Okay, so this is the response that we are going to return. But if that is not the case, then we are just going to have our catch block, and in the catch I will go here and I will just copy. So I'm going to go here and I will just copy it from here, and now I will go here and I will put it here. So we will be having the console log, and here I'm going to have that document upload error, and I'm going to display the error. In the next response what I'm going to do is I will have that if there is a error, then I will have the error dot message, otherwise I will have failed to upload document. Okay, and then I will have the 500. So this is the complete API of our upload document. Now when you upload a document, you will also need to retrieve that document so that you can display it. So if I go here and if I go to the another team, so let me go to the engineering, and here we see that we have these two documents. Now if I go to the org documents, then you will see that when you upload it, you also need to retrieve it back so that you can see it here. Okay, and you will also see that you can also make use it in this one. Here also you will fetch the document so that you can display it here. So you need an API to fetch the documents. So what I will do is I will have the same function, and here I'm going to have my another endpoint which will be export async function. We will be having the get, and I will have the request, and this is going to be equals to the request. Okay, now after this what we will do is we're going to use the try catch block, And in the try catch block, first I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to put it here. Then here what we will do is here we are going to make this API call in this manner. So you will be using the API slash documents, and you will be passing the organization ID, that for which organization ID you need to fetch all the documents. So what I will do is, if I want to fetch the organization ID, I will be using the constant search params. So I will be having the search params, and this is going to be equals to the new. We will be having the URL, and from the URL we will be taking the request dot URL. Okay, I'm going to just comment this out, and I'm going to put this here so that we know why we have used this search param. Now from this, what I will do is I'm going to have the clerk org ID, and this is going to be equals to the search params dot get, and what you want to get is you want to get the organization ID. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so this is going to give me the value of my org ID. Now once I have it, what I will do is that if we don't find any organization clerk ID, so I will be having that if we don't find it, then we need to give that we need this field which is required. So I'm going to have the here, I will copy this, I'm going to go here and I'm going to put it here, and here I'm going to have that organization ID is required field. Okay, now after that what we will do is we are going to find the organization. So I will just use the same thing for finding it. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to go here and I'm going to put it here. All right, this is going to be the organization that we are finding using the clerk org ID. Now if we don't find the clerk org ID, then what we will do is we are going to just take it from here because it's a very similar. We are going to take this, and I will also take the user part. So I will just copy this for now and I'm going to put this here. Okay, then we have the organization not found. But if that's not the case, then we will also need to get the user information. So what I will do is I will have the find unique, where this is going to be clerk user ID. We will also need to include the memberships for this organization, and we are going to have this same, and this is going to verify that the user has an access to this organization. Now after that what we will do is we are going to get the documents for this organization. So I'm going to go here, I will be having get documents for organization. Now in order to get, what I will do is I will have a constant document. This is going to be equals to the await. I will be using prisma dot documents dot find many. First we need to give the where clause, where we're going to have that organization ID is equals to the organization dot ID. Okay, so I need to find all the documents with this organization ID, and when I find it, what else information I need to include is, first I need to go to the user, and from the user you select the name of the user. So I will make it as true, and you select the email. So I'm going to make it as true. Okay, after that what next you will do is you are also going to include the organization information. So you will have a select on it, and you will be having the name of the organization. So you will make it as true, and you are going to have the clerk org ID, you're going to make it as true. Okay, and you also need to order by created at descending. Okay, so this is what is going to give us all the list of the documents. Now we can just give the next response. So I'm going to go here, I will be having the return. We will be using next response dot JSON, and what information we are going to return is we are going to return all the documents. So I'm going to just make this as documents because it is going to be a more than one document, and there we are going to pass some metadata information, and in this I'm going to pass the organization information. So I will be having organization, and here I'm going to give the organization dot name. Then I will give the clerk org ID, which is going to be equals to the organization dot clerk org ID, and then we're going to have the document count, how many documents we are giving. So we will be having the document dot length, and this is going to give me the documents count. But if that's not the case, then we need to have our error part. So I will just copy the error part from the above, and I'm going to use it the same. So I will come here and I will put it, and here I'm going to have that get documents error, and whatever the error I'm going to just put it. If that's not the case, then what we will do is we are going to return a response, and here I'm going to have failed to get documents, and this is a 500 error. So now all our APIs are ready. We are going to test these APIs one by one whenever we start building our other pages like the select org or the organization documents or the org dashboard. All right. So when we do this, we are going to make use of these API endpoints and then we're going to build that. All right. So now let's start creating all the pages that we need for our project. So I will go to the app, and inside the app, what I will do is first I'm going to create a dashboard grouping, and inside the dashboard, what we will need is first we will need the folder for the select org. So I'm going to have the select org, and inside the select org, I'm going to create a page.tsx. Okay. Now, other than that, in the dashboard, we are also going to create a layout for the dashboard. So I will be having a layout.tsx. Next we will need is the organization dashboard. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to have a slug, and inside the slug I will have the org slug. Now inside the org slug we are going to create a layout. So I will have a layout.tsx, and I will also create the page.tsx. So I'm going to have the page.tsx. Okay, so these two will be in the org slug. Now if we go here and if we see, then you have this organization, but inside the organization, if you go and click on the view documents, you also have this document page. So this is your slug, and inside the slug you have documents and you have the documents page. So what I will do is I will go back here inside the slug. I'm going to create a documents, and inside the documents I'm going to have my page.tsx. So I will have the page.tsx. Okay, so now we have all the pages. Now the other thing we need to do is if you go that when you are logged in, you see these navigation items like the organization dashboard, org dashboard, and the switch organization. And for our case, we only have the switch organization. So what we need to is we need to add them. If you are a logged in user, then you should also have the organization dashboard and the org dashboard. So let's go and let's do that. So I will go back here and I'm going to go to the components. Inside the components, I will go to the navigation header, and inside that what we will do is if we want to understand that whether the user is a logged in user or not, what we will do is we will first need to have the user. So here I'm going to have the user, and this is going to be equals to the await use user. Now here you need to notice that you are not using the auth, and the reason behind it is that auth can only be used if you are having a server component. In our case, we are having a client component, so we will be using use user, which is coming from the Clerk Next.js. Okay, and you also don't need to provide the await because this is a React hook, so you don't need to provide anything. You can also get the organization information for which organization the user is logged in. So for that, you will have the organization, and this is going to come from the use organization. So we will be having use organization. Okay, next what we will do is here in the base items, after the base items, if we have an organization, in that case we need to add some additional menu items in the navbar. So I will have here return, and what you want to return is that will be an array. So first we need to return the base items, and apart from the base items, the new additional navigation items we need is the, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. For this one, href, this is going to be $, and I'm going to change this to backticks so that I can have my variable. So here I'm going to have the organization dot slug. Okay, so we will go to that slug, and this is going to change to the organization dashboard. So I'm going to have here organization dashboard. For the icon, we are going to have the building. So I will be having a building icon that will be coming from the Lucid React. Now the other one we need is for the documents. So inside the organization, you will also have the documents. So I will be having here documents. This is going to go to the organization documents, and for this one, this will be file text. Okay, so I will have this one. Now what we need to do is we need to display this only when we have the logged in user and we have the organization. So what I will do is I'm going to go down to the auth section, and in the auth section, if you are signed in, then what I have to do is I'm going to have this here a span. Okay, and in this span, what I will do is I will have some class name. I will have the text sm, and I will have the text gray 600. Okay, inside the span I'm going to have that if we have an organization, then we are going to have in, and we are going to give the organization name. So this is basically we are doing it. If we go here, then you see that in which organization you are in the HR department. And if I go to the org switch, and if I switch to engineering department, then you will see that it gets changed to engineering department. So this is what we are going to put. So I will be having in, I will make this as a backtick, and here I'm going to have the organization dot name. Okay, but if this is not the case, then what we have to do is we are going to have colon. So here we will have something else. We will be having the user. If there is a user, then we need to define is first name, or if it's a user, then we need to have the username. So this is what we have. Okay, so now let's go and let's check. So if I go back here and if I go here, then it will first ask that organization feature required. So we need to enable this feature, and this feature usually comes from the clerk. I will select this membership required, that user has to select at least one organization in order to work it. So what I will do is I will have the enable organization. Okay, now it's enabled, and I will click on continue. And now when I click on continue, you will see that you have the switch organization, organization dashboard, and organization documents. If I click on the switch organization, then we get an error because we have this layout and we need to fix that one. All right, and here user has automatically went to an organization. So here you will see that this is a test user is already into an organization. Let me go to the organization dashboard. Then here also you will see that we have this error. So let's go and let's fix them. So I will go back to my Visual Studio Code, and in this first thing what we will do is we are going to have our layout for the dashboard. So for the layout of the dashboard, we are going to have an export default. I will have an async function, and this is going to be a dashboard layout. Okay, I misspelled the layout. Let me correct it. Now this is going to have an argument as a children. So I will be having here children. A type of the children would be React node. So I will have the children, and it is going to be type of React node. Okay, now here inside what we will do is I'm going to have the constant. I will have the user ID for which we are logged in, and this is be coming from the await auth since it's a server component. Now after that, if we don't have the user ID, then in that case what we will do is we are going to redirect the user to a sign in page. So I'm going to have the sign in page. Okay, we need to import the redirect. So let me have the redirect. I will just remove this one. Okay, and we are going to have the redirect from next navigation. Now after that, what we will do is we are going to return a JSX from here, and this JSX will be a div. We just want to create a layout. So the class name will be min height green and background gray 50. Inside that we are going to have our main content. So I will be having here main content, and for the main content what I will do is I will just use the main tag. I'm going to give the class name to it as padding y8, and inside this I'm going to have another div, and in this div I'm going to have the children. I will just give the class to this div. So I will have the class as container max auto, so that I have an aligned in center, and I have the padding on x-axis as 4. Okay, so we have this layout ready. Now after this what I will do is I'm going to go and work on the select org, because that's the important module where you actually select the organization and you create the organization. So I'm going to go to this page.tsx, and on this page.tsx the first we will do is let's create the function. So I will have the export default. I will have my function, and the function name will be select org page. All right, after that what we will do is we are going to get the user. So I will be having the user, and we will take the user from the use user, and this is going to be a client component because we are going to have an input element where you can accept the organization name. Now in order to create an organization, we have a hook of use organization list provided by the clerk. So what it going to give us, it gives us that is loaded, then it's going to give us the user membership. So I'm going to have the memberships. After that it will give the set active, and it gives us a create organization. So I will have the create organization, and all this will come from the use organization hook. Okay, now inside this use organization hook what we will have is we are going to have the user memberships, and we are going to keep it as infinite true, and this is going to help us to refresh our organization list whenever we create them. Okay, did a mistake is this is going to be an object, so I'm going to cut that and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we get an error, this is not available. Okay, so we did a mistake that this should be use organization list, and I'm going to remove this. And you can also go and check on the documentation side. So if I go here, then you see here that use organization list will provide you is loaded, set active, use membership, and for create organization also if I click on it, then you will see that it also provides you the create organization. Okay, let's use it. So I will go back here, And first I will go and concentrate on the JSX part. So I'm going to have a return, and inside the JSX what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will give classes to this div as container. I will have the max as auto. After that I will have the max width as 4xl, and then I'm going to have the padding as 6. Now inside this we will create another div, and we're going to give the class name as margin bottom 8. Then we are going to have the text as center. Next what we will do is we are going to have an h1 tag, and I'm going to give the classes to this h1 tag as text 3xl. We will be having the font bold, and here I'm going to have welcome, and we're going to take the user first name. So to take it, we have the user here. So I'm going to have the user dot first name. I will just have an exclamation here. Next what we need to do is I'm going to have a paragraph tag. I will give the classes to this paragraph tag as text gray 600, and here I'm going to have select or create an organization. If we want to go and check, then I will go here and I'm going to go back, and I will go to the switch organization, and here we see that we have an error, attempt to call use user from the server, but use user is a client. So what we need to do is we need to make this as a client component. So I will have a use client. After having use client, you see that now we have no error. Then we see that we have some styling issues. So first thing is it should be max, and what we need to do is here it will be font bold. So this is going to be bold. I will also go to the layout, and here also it should be max auto. Next what we will do is after that we need to have this create organization. So here I'm going to have the create organization, and we create the JSX for that. So I will be using a card component from the SignIn UI. Inside this card component, I will give a class name as margin bottom 8. Next we will be having the card header, and inside the card header what I will do is I'm going to have a div. Let me give classes to this div. So I will have a class name. I will be using flex items as center and justify between. Inside that we will be using the card title, and here I will provide some classes. We're going to have the flex items as center, and we will be having gap as 2. Okay, next we are going to provide a icon. So I will be using plus icon, and I will give the height and width to the icon. So height will be 5, width will be 5. Okay, next what we will do is after this I'm going to have the create new organization. Okay, after the title, next we will need is the description. So I will be having the card description, and inside the description we will have start a new workspace for your team. Now we have this card header done. After that we will be having the card content. So I will be having the card content, and in the card content we are going to have the div. Here we are going to have our input tag. So I will give some classes to it, space y as 4. Inside this we will have another div, and we are going to give the class name here as flex, gap as 2. Okay, next we will be having our input. So this is going to come from the SignIn UI. So I will have on the input as placeholder. So I will be having placeholder, and I will add enter organization name. After that we are going to have a value on it. So I'm going to have the value as org name. So for having this we need to create a state variable which is going to manage the organization name. So what I will do is I will go up here, and after this I'm going to create the constant. I will have the org name, I will have the set org name, and this is going to be equals to the use state. Okay, so we have this state variable, and we give the initial value as empty. Now after this what we will have next is the on change. So whenever there is an on change, what you have to do is you will have an event. So I will take the event, and I'm going to do set org name, and value would be event dot target dot value. Next what we will do is after the on change we are going to have the disable. So what I will have it, keep it this button as disable when we are creating. So I will be creating another state variable which will be creating. So I'm going to go up here, and here I will create another constant. This is going to be is creating. I will have the set is creating, and this is going to be equals to the use state, and I'm going to give the initial value as false. Okay, I will create one more state variable which I will need it later on. For now I will just create it is refreshing, set is refreshing, and this is also going to be use state and the initial value is false. And we will use this later on whenever we want to refresh our organization list. So I will show you where we do it. I will use this is creating here. Now next what we will do is we are going to have the class name, and here I'm going to have the flags as 1, and we are also going to have on key down event. So whenever you press the key, what we will do is we are going to have that if the event dot key this is equals to enter, then we are going to have our handle create organization function, which is going to create the organization. Now after this what we will do is we are going to create this function later on, but we will just continue with our JSX. We are going to have a button, and this button will have the on click. So I'm going to have on click, and you will have here handle create org. Okay, so here also we are going to call the same function, and this function will also be disabled when you have is creating or you don't have an org name dot trim. Okay, in both the cases this button we need to keep it as disabled. After that what we will do is we are going to give some classes to this button. So we will be having minimum width as 25. Okay, so this is what we have. Next what we will do is we need to give some label to this button. So I will be having that if it's is creating, if that's true, then in that case what I want is I want a loading. So I'm going to have here a loader to icon, and I will give the classes to this so that I can have the height and a width. So I will have the class name. I will have the height as 4, width as 4, margin right as 2, and I will have the animate spin. Okay, but if that is not the case, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have another JSX, and in that we are going to simply have the create. Okay, so that's the button part. After that our card creation or the create organization is done. Next what we will do is after create organization we are going to have the organization list. So I will be having here your organization list, where we are going to list down all the organization. So this is also going to be a card component. So I will be having a card component here. Inside that I will be having a card header. And why I am writing all this is because I'm creating this as a custom UI. You can also use the out of the box component from the Clerk. So if I go here and if I have organization list, then here you will see that this is the out of the box you will get, but I don't wanted this. I wanted to create something my own. So that's why I'm having my own JSX. So here we will have the card header. Inside the card header I will have the card title, and the title will be, we need to give some classes to it first. So we will be having flex items as center, and we will be having gap as 2. Inside that I'm going to have the building icon, and let's give some classes to building icon. We will be having the height as 5, width as 5. Next here we need to give the title. So I will have the your organizations, and here what we will have here, we are going to have the user membership which we got. We are going to have the count on it. So I will have the user membership count, and if there's no, then we are going to have 0. Okay, next I will have the card description, and inside the card description what we will do is we are simply going to have display that if there is no organization created, we are going to have that create your first organization, something like that. So we are going to have that user memberships dot count. So if we don't have a count and this count is equals to 0, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have a text, and if that's not, then we're going to have another text. So here what I will do is I'm going to have here create your first organization above, and here what I will do is if that's not the case, then I will have click on an organization to enter. So this too we are going to have in the description. After description the header will be closed, then we are going to have our card content. So let's take the card content. Inside the card content what we will do is we are going to display the list. So if I go here and if we refresh, okay, we will get an error because we did not define this function. But if I go here, you will see that you have a list here. So we are going to display this list. So here if I want to display the list, I will have the user membership and I will have the count on it, and if this count is equals to 0, then you need to display some kind of a JSX, and if it's not, then we need to display some other JSX. So what I will do is I'm going to create an empty fragment for now, and here also I will create the empty fragment. Now in this fragment what we will do is we are going to have the, let's have a div. Let's give classes to this div. So I will be having class as text center, padding on y-axis as 12. Inside this we will be having a building icons. We're going to give the height and width to it. So the height would be 16, width would be 16, we will be having the text gray as 300, max as auto, and margin bottom as 4. Now after that we are going to have a paragraph tag, and here I'm going to have the class name, and this is going to be text gray 600. We're going to have the margin bottom as 2, and here we are going to have no organizations yet. But if that's not the case, then we're going to have this text, and we will also have here paragraph tag, and we will be writing here create your first organization to get started. I will provide some classes to this div. I will be having the text sm and text gray 500. Okay, so we will have this one. But if this is not the case, and let's say you have the organization, so you have a list and you need to display that list. So how we can access this list is I'm going to have a div inside this. I will have the class names to this div as space y3, and here we're going to use the use memberships. On this we will have a data, and on this we are going to use the map, and when we have a map, what we get is we are going to get the memberships. So I will have the memberships. Okay, now in this memberships we are going to have an arrow function, and inside the arrow function what we will do is first we are going to have a div. We are going to close this div. We need to provide a key because we are going to loop through it. So our key would be membership dot organization dot id. So what you can do is we can also do a console log and see what we get under this organization ship data. If we want to do it, what we will do is first let's create a function so that we don't get any errors. So here I'm going to have a constant. I will have the handle org. This is going to be an async function, and I will just do an arrow function and have it here like this. Okay, and now if I go back here, then you see that you have this organization and you have your organization as 1. Initially you have that enable organization. So we have this one. Now we need to display them. So what I will do is I will go back, and here what we will do is we are going to have the, let's go here, I'm going to change this to click, and we will just continue to do that. But we wanted to display the organization. So I'm going to go here. I will be having console.log. I will be having the users membership. If it's there, then we're going to have the data. Okay, and here I'm going to have the organization list. Okay, let's display that. So I will go back here. I'm going to go to the inspect element, and if I go to the console, then we have this organization list, and you see that we have this organization list where you have all the information. You have the organization name and everything. You also have its role and everything, so you can use all these information. So let's go back. Okay, so we come back here, and this is going to be max. So I will go down, and we are going to just use this one, and we are also going to provide some classes to it. So I will just do a copy paste of the classes. So I'm going to copy, and I will put it here. Now inside this div, what we need is we are also going to have an on click to it. So I will be having on click, and on click you will have the handle select org, where you are going to select the organization. And how you select is you need to select, then you need to pass the membership dot organization. Okay, we are going to create this function as well. So let's go and let's create it now. So I'm going to go here. I will copy this, and I'm going to add it here, and here I'm going to have the handle select org. Okay, so we will write those functions later on. So here we're going to have the function, and then we are going to have the memberships dot organization. Okay, I will just change this to membership because it should not be memberships, it should be membership. Now we have passing this, we're getting this error because we are not adding the argument in our function, but that's fine, we'll do it later on. After that, what we need to do is we will be having another div. So I will just close this div, and I'm going to have the classes to this div as flex. I will be having as item center and justify between. Inside this we will be having another div where I will be having class name. So this is going to be flex items as center, and we will be having gap as 3. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to have the another div, and I will just close this div, and here I will have the classes to this div. So I will just do a copy paste of the classes on this div. Okay, inside this we are going to create the building icon for our organization, and let me give the class names to it. So the class name height will be 6, width will be 6, and the text will be blue 600. Next what we will need is we will need to have the organization name. So I'm going to come here, and here I will have the h3. I will give classes to it. So I'm going to have the font. We will be having the semi bold, and we will be having text as LG. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to have the membership dot organization dot name. Okay, so we get the organization name. After the organization name, we are going to have a div, and I'm going to close this div. We are going to have the classes to this div. So I will have the classes as flex. We will be having items center, gap as 2. Then we will be having text as SM, and we will have the text gray 500. Okay, inside this div, what we need to do is we need to have a span, and in the span we are going to have the membership dot role. I will just give some classes to this div. So we are going to have the class as background gray 100. We will be having padding on x-axis as 2. Then we will have padding on y-axis as 1. We will have the rounded text as extra small, and we will use the capitalize. Okay, so we have this span ready. Under this span, we are going to have another span where we will be having the ID, and this ID will be, we are going to have the membership dot organization dot ID, and we will just display the substring of it, not all. We will just display 0 to 8. Okay, and after that we are just going to have dot dot dot. Okay, so that's the ID. Okay, if we go and check, so if I go here, then we see that we have a space here. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will create a div, and I will close this div, and I will take all this inside this div. So I will have a span, and inside the span I'm going to have this one. So if I go here, then we have these two here now. So what we will do is I will just close this div below. So I will go here and I'm going to close it here, and if I go here, then we see that now we have it properly. And if we go here, then we also have it properly here. So we now just need to have an arrow here. So what I will do is to get the arrow, and I'm going to have the arrow here. So I will have the arrow right, and I'm going to give some classes to this. So I will have the height as 5, width as 5. I will have the text gray as 400. Okay, so if we go here, then we have the proper organization list. Now next what we need to do is we need to write those two functions. The one is the handle select org, and another one is the handle create org. So let's write that one. So first we are going to write the handle select org. So whenever you want to select an organization, you pass an organization, and that will be of type any. Inside that, what you will do is you're going to have your try catch block, and we will have that if that set active. If that's true, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have the await, and we will be having the set active. So we need to make that organization active, whichever we are selecting. So here we will pass the organization, and we are going to pass the organization dot ID, which we want to make it select. After that, we will need to route. Whenever you select something, we need to route them to the dashboard page of the organization. So we will be having the router dot push, and where we will push them, we are going to push them to the organization dashboard. So we are going to have the slash, we will be having the organization dot slug. And if there's an error, what we will do is we are simply going to do a console error, and here we are going to write failed to switch organization. Okay, and we are going to just have the error logged here, and after that we are going to use the toast from the sonar dot error, and here I'm going to have failed to switch organization. Okay, now we need to import the router. So what I will do is we're going to go up here, and here I'm going to have a constant. I will be using router. This is going to equals to the use router from the next navigation, and then we can use them. Now other thing what we need to do is we need to have this handle create org, so that we can create the organization. So there what we will do is first we are going to have that if we have the org name dot trim. So if we don't provide any organization name, in that case what we will do is we are going to have the toast error message, and we will say please enter an organization name. Okay, so we need to enter the organization name, and after that we will just do a return from here. But if that is not the case, the next thing we will do is we will be having set is creating flag as true, because now we are creating the organization. And let's have the try catch block. Now in the try block, what we will do is we are first going to create an organization in Clerk, create organization in Clerk. Okay, so to create that, what we will do is that if there is no create organization, then in that case we need to have throw new error, and the message for the error will be organization creation is not available at this time. Okay, but if that's not the case, then what we will do is we are going to have a constant, we will have the new organization is equals to await create organization, and we're going to pass the organization name. So the name will be org name dot trim. If that is also success, the next thing what we will do is that if we don't have new org, then in that case we are going to throw an error. So I will be having the toast error, and here we are going to have that failed to create organization. Okay, I'm making this lowercase, and if this is not the case, then we are going to have the toast as success. So I will just copy it, put it here, and I'm going to have the toast as success. And here what we will do is we are going to have the organization org name created successfully. Okay, so we will have that the organization is created successfully, and once the organization is created successfully, we will just use the set org name as an empty, so that the input box will get an empty. So this is the first part where you have created the organization in the Clerk. The second part we have to do is we need to save, or we need to create the same thing in the DB. So we will have the save to your DB. Okay, this is optional, you want to do it or you don't want to do it. So if you want to do it, what you will do is you're going to have a try catch block, and here you're going to have a constant. We will be having a response. This is going to equals to the await. We will be using a fetch. Our API is already ready, so I will be having slash API slash organizations. Okay, so if I go to this API, we have this organizations and we have a route here. So that's what we have, and we need to pass the method. So our method will be post. After that, we will also need to pass the headers. So the headers will be, we are going to have the content type, and here we are going to have the application slash JSON. After the header, next we need to have the body. So I will go here and I'm going to have the body here, and in this we're going to have the JSON dot stringify, and what we need to stringify is we will be having the clerk org ID. This is going to come from the new org.id. Next, what we need to send is we need to send the name. So this is going to be org name dot trim. And the third thing we need to pass is the slug. So we will be having slug, and the slug will be, we will be having that if we have the new org dot slug, then we'll pass that. But if we don't have, then in that case, what we will do is we are going to generate a slug. So we will take the organization name, we will trim it, we will make it to 2 lowercase. We are going to replace all the spaces and special characters with a hyphen. So I'm going to just copy paste the regex, and we are going to just replace it like this. So that's how we are going to create the slug. If everything is good and if we get a response, then what we will do is that if we don't get a response, then in that case we will be having console.log, and here we are going to have that database, and this we can make it response is not okay. Then we will have database sync had issue, but organization was created in Clerk. Okay, so that is one thing. And if there is any error, so if we have any DB error, so I will have the DB error. Then in that case, what we will do is I will just have a console.warn, and here I'm going to have that database sync failed. Okay, I'm going to have the DB error here. Okay, but if that is not the case, then what we will do is the third thing. So the first thing we did is we create organization in the Clerk. Second thing, we save it to the database. And now the third thing we will do is we are going to have the set as active organization. So whenever you create it, you need to make it as an active. So here again, I will have that set active. Then I will have the await. I will have the set active, and inside the set active, what I will pass is I will pass the organization as new organization ID. So I will have the new org.id. Okay, now after this, once we have set it, we need to refresh the list so that we can get the updated list. So to do that, what I will do is we will just do a set timeout for some seconds so that the list gets updated. So I will have a new promise, and in the new promise, what we will do is we are going to have the resolve. This promise will get resolved after some time. So I'm going to give the timer. So you will have a resolve here, and it will just resolve in 500 milliseconds. So we are just giving some time to wait, and then it will get refreshed. Okay. Now to refresh the list, what we will do is we are going to write a new function which is going to be refresh the organization list. So I will have the refresh the organization list. Okay, and here I'm going to write the function. So I will have the refresh organization. Okay, we are going to write this function in some time, and at last we are going to just do a refresh of the server component. So I will be having router dot refresh. Okay, now we don't have any refresh organization function. What we can do is we can just write that quickly. So I'm going to go up, and just about this here, I'm going to have my constant. We will be having the refresh organization function, which is going to be an async arrow function. Okay, and in this, what we are doing is set is refreshing. We're going to make it as true. After that, what we will do is we're going to make a try catch here, and in the try block we will have that if user membership dot revalidate. Okay, this revalidate is going to help us to refresh the list. So in that case, we will be having await user membership dot revalidate. Okay, and once it's revalidated, what we will do is we are going to have the toast dot success, and here we can have that organization list refreshed. Okay, so the refresh has happened. But if that is not the case and we get an error, then we will have a console dot error, and here we can write that failed to refresh organization. So I will have the failed to refresh organizations, and I will just display the error here. And last, we can have the finally, and inside the finally we will just have the set is refreshing as false. Okay, so we have all the functions and everything ready on this page. Now if we want to use them and we want to test it, what we can do is we can go here and we can just create an organization. Let me create a sales department. So that is one thing which I can create, or I can just create a new user. So I will just log out. Okay, when I log out and if I go here, then you see that you go to the sign up page. Now I will just do a sign up of a new user. So I will sign up with a Ajay. I will have ajay@gmail.com. I will give the password for Ajay and I will click on continue. Okay, so I see that we get this screen. I don't want to get this screen. I will make it as optional so that I can create it later on. So what I will do is I will go to the Clerk dashboard. I will go to the configure. I can go to the organization and settings, and in this I will just keep membership as optional and I will save it. So, okay, now after saving we can give a try. So if I go back here, then you see that now Ajay has already logged in, but Ajay is not part of the any organization. So if I go to switch organization, and here I can give Ajay as in the sales team. Okay, I'm going to click on create. Okay, so I see that we have created the sales team, but this button is still loading. So somewhere we haven't made that is creating as false. Let's go and let's check. So first we are going to do here is we're going to make a change here, and we're going to have here as creating ... Okay, when I do that, you will see you have a creating here. The second thing is we will just search this and we will see where we have made this as true. So we made it as true here, but we haven't made it as false in the end. We have this refresh, and then here we need to have the catch part. So let's have the catch part first. So I will have the console error, and in this we are going to have the failed to create organization, and here I will just have the error. Okay, now after having the error, what I will do is I will have the toast dot error, and here I'm going to have the failed to create organization. So I will just copy this and put it here. Okay, and if this is not, then I will just have the error dot message. So I'm going to cut this and I will put this. Okay, so we have this one, and here we need to do finally. So here we have to add finally, that set is creating is complete, and we make it as false again. Okay, so when we make it as false again, then what I will do is I will just refresh this page, and we see that we have this sales team as an organization. If we want to create a new organization, what we can do is we can have the finance team. I will click on create, and you see that it's created. Once it's created, we also see that we are not loading any toast messages. So that could be that we did not add the toast in our layout. So if I go to the layout, and here it's correct that I did not add it. So what I will do is I'm going to add the toaster. After the footer, I'm going to have the toaster. Okay, and I want to make it colorful, so I will have the position as top right, and I will also have the rich colors. So we are not going to make one more finance team, but we will just see it later on when we do it. So this functionality is ready. We will also need to check that the organization is created. So if I go here, then we have this finance team, and we also have the sales team. If I go to the database, and if I go to the organization, then we see that we have the finance team here as an organization, and we didn't have the sales team. So what I will do is I will just delete them for now. So I will just go to the organization member, and I will first delete a member. Now after deleting the member, I can delete the organization. Now what we will do is we are going to go here and we are going to delete these two as well. So I'm going to delete this organization. and I will also delete the finance team. Okay, and let's delete this as well. Now we deleted all the organization. Now we can just create a new one. So if I go here and if we just refresh the page, then we see everything is deleted. Now I will create a sales team here. So I will have a sales team. I will click on create. You see the organization sales team is created and the refresh list is refreshed. When I click on it, then you will see that we will have the in sales, and we go to the organization dashboard page where we haven't implemented anything. So let's go and let's implement that. So I will go back here, and here what I will do is first we have this one. We also have the org layout. So let's create the layout first for the organization. So in the org layout, what I will do is I'm going to have the export. We will be having default. We will have the async function, and the function name will be the org layout. Okay, now this is going to accept the children, and with the children it is also going to have the params. So I will have the params here. Okay, now both of this type would be something, so we need to create a interface. Let's have an interface here. So I will have the interface. Name of the interface will be org layout props, and in this we will having the children. So we will have the children. This is going to be react node. Okay, and here we will be having the org layout prop. Okay, we have the params as well. So let me have the params, and the params will be of type, we will have the promise. Now inside this promise we will be having the org slug, and that is going to be of type string. Okay, so we have this one. Now in this what we are going to have is first let's have the constant and our user. So I will be having the user ID. This user ID will be coming from the await auth. Okay, so we get this user ID. After that we will also have the organization slug, and this is going to come from the await. We will be having the params. Okay, now this is basically, if we go here and you see, this is the slug which is the param we are trying to take. So this is what we have, the org slug. Okay, now what we will do is, if there is no user, then we are just going to redirect the user to the sign in page. So I'm just going to do a copy paste. Okay, and after that what we will do is we are going to get the organization first to get some information. So we will be having organization, which is going to be equals to the await. We will be taking it from the Prisma dot organization dot find unique, and we need to provide a where clause. So where the slug would be equals to the org slug. Okay, so we get all the organization, and if we don't get any organization, then we will redirect the user to the select org. So what I will do is I will just have it here like this. Okay, so you are going on the organization page dashboard, but you don't select any organization, then it will just redirect you to that select the organization first. Okay, after that what we will do is we have this organization. For this organization, do we have any entries for the user members? So let's have that. So I will have a constant membership, and we store all the membership in the organization member table. So I will have the await prisma dot organization member, and we're going to have that dot find first. Okay, in this we need to provide a where clause where the organization ID should be equals to the organization dot ID and the user ID. So for this, the clerk user ID should be equals to the user ID which we have. Okay, so this is going to give us all the members. But if there are no members, then in that case what we will do is we are again going to redirect them to the select organization, because for us select organization is very important if we want to do anything. All right, now this is what logic we have here. Then we will just return a JSX. On this JSX we will just have the common part. So if I go here, then if I go to the organization dashboard, you see this is a common part, engineering department. If I go to the org docs, you see the engineering department is a common part. So we are going to have a JSX for that. So I will go back here and I'm going to return a JSX. So we will be having a div. I will have classes to this div as minimum height screen, and with this I will also have the background gray as 50. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to create the organization banner, and in the organization banner what we will do is we will having a card component. Inside on this we will be having classes. We will be having width as full. We will have the shadow SM, and we will have the border. Okay, next we will be having the card content, and on the card content I will have a div. On the div we will be having the class name, and the class name would be flag. We will be having the items as center, and then we will have the justify as between. Next we will have another div where we will be having the class name as space y as 1, and after that we will have this h1. On the h1 I'm going to have the organization dot name. For the h1 h1 we will give some classes. We will be having the text to XL, then we will be having the font as semi bold. After that we will be having the tracking tight. All right, below that we will be having a paragraph tag, so we will be having a P, and we are going to have here organization workspace. Okay, on the paragraph we are going to give some classes, so we will be having the class as text sm, then we will be having text mutate foreground. Okay, so we have this one. Now what we'll do is inside below this we will need to have a badge where we will display that the particular user is a owner. So we will be having a badge component, and in this badge component we will define the variant. The variant would be outline. We will provide some classes to this badge. I will have the padding on x-axis as 4, padding on y as 1.5, and we will have the font as medium. Okay, now here we're going to have the membership dot role. Okay, so we have this one. Now the card is done. After the card, what we will do is we are going to have the main content here. So I will be having the main content, and in the main content what we will have is I will have the main tag. I will give some classes to the main tag, padding y as 8, and below this I will have a div, and inside the div I will have the children. Okay, here I'm going to give the class name. I will have the container max as auto and px as 4. Okay, so we have our layout ready. Now if we go and check, then if I go here, then we see that we still get an error. The default export is not a React component. So what we will do is we're going to go to this page.tsx, and in this page.tsx first we will going to create the function. So here I'm going to have the export default, we're going to have the async, we will have the function, and we are going to have the organization. So I will be having org dashboard page. Okay, now in this org dashboard page what we will do is we are going to create the interface here as well. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to copy this interface, and I'm going to put this interface here. Okay, this is going to be this one, and we will only have the param. Now here what I will do is we are going to have the params. So I will have the params, and type of the params will be org dashboard page prop. Okay, now we need to pass some JSX here. So what I will do is I'm going to have the return some JSX, and this JSX will be organization dashboard page. Okay, so now if I go and check, then you see that we have the sales team here, and this is the organization dashboard page. Now on this organization dashboard page what we have to do is we are going to make this engineering department and all this information. Okay, so let's go and let's work on that. So I'm going to go back here, and here what we will do is let's have first the org slug and the user ID. So I can just copy a few things from here. Okay, so this is going to be a common, so I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. We will be having the auth here, and we're going to just import the redirect from next navigation. After that what we need to do is we need to find the list of organizations. So if I go back here and if we go here, then we need to get the organization information with all the stats, that how many members are there, how many documents are analyzed, how many documents are there, everything. Okay, so let's go back here, and here we are going to make the query. So I will have the organization, which is going to equals to the await. We will be having the prisma dot organization dot find unique. Okay, now to find a unique we need to provide a where clause where the slug would be equals to the org slug. Okay, along with that we also need to include that when you find it, what you need to include is the first thing you need to include is the count. Okay, and count of what? You need to include the count of documents. So we are going to make a select from documents and make it as true, and along with the documents we will also need to have the members, the users that are inside this organization. So we'll make that as well true. After that what we will do is we are going to have the documents. From the documents also what you want is we just take the first 5. So I'm going to have take 5, and we will just order by. So we're going to have order by created at in the descending order. Now we need to make sure that if there is no organization, then I will again just do a copy paste, that if there is no organization then we will go for a membership. If no membership, then we have to select org. So we just copy this and we have this as a common part. Next what we need to do is we need to also have this analyze docs here. So if I go here, we need to have this analyze docs. So we need to go to the documents and find out the analyze docs. So I will have a constant, we will have the analyze. Okay, Now in this, what we need to do is we will be having which document, where the organization ID of any document equals to the organization.id, and we need that AI summary of that document is not null. Okay, if the document is not analyzed, it will be null. If it's not analyzed, then it will be a not null. So we want all those analyzed documents. All right, now we have this one. We just need to have the JSX of this one. So what we will do is first, I'm just going to do a copy paste of some JSX part, the static one. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this here. Okay, I will just close that div. All right, so we have this one, and this is basically nothing but this piece which we have it here. So it's a duplicate anyway, so we are just adding it that. Okay, next what we need to do is we need to have the stats. So what I will do is I'm going to have the stat, and in the stats we will have the div. I will give some classes to this div as grid. Then we will be having for medium device, we want the grid call as 3 and we want gap as 6. Okay, after that we will be having the card, and on the card what we will do is we are going to have the card header. So I will be having the card header, and in the header we will be having the card title. So let me have the card title, and the title will be total document. Okay, we will give some classes to it. So the classes would be text-lg. Okay, now in the document title there will be a card description. So I will have the card description. Okay, and I will just have this as a card description, and the card description would be in this organization. Okay, we will not be having any classes to it, so I will just remove that. After that the header part is done, then we are going to have the content part. So I'm going to go here, I will be having card content, and on the card content I will first have a div. I will be having classes on this div as x3l. After that we are going to have the font as bold, and here what we will do is we are going to have the organization dot, we will be having count dot documents. So we will have the documents count. After the documents count, what we will do next is we are going to have a link where you can just go to the document page. So I will have the next link. On the next link you will need to provide an href. The href value would be, we will be having the dollar, we will have the org slug, then we will have the slash documents. Now in this what we will do is we are going to create a button. So let me copy paste that part. So I will have that button and I'm going to put that button here. Now we need to get this button from the ShutCN UI, and let's get the arrow. Okay, so we have this one. If I go and check, then this is the, we have 0 documents, and this is that view document. And if I go here, then this is the view document. All right, we need to create these two as well. So let's go and let's do that one. So I'm going to go back here, and I will just do the copy paste because we just have to repeat these 2 times. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add here. Okay, so this was one of the cards, so I will just close this card. Then this was the another card, I will close this as well. This was the third card which I will close, and we have one extra div. Okay, so we have all the 3. Now in this what we have is we have a very similar UI. We have the team members and organization members, and we just do the organization count of the members, and we have view team, and then we have this one. And the last one was the analyzed document. So we have the document with AI insights, and we have this information that these are the documents that has been analyzed. Okay, so if I go here and if I just remove this, then this looks something like this. Maybe we have a layout issue. If I close this, then we have a layout like this, and if I come here, then we have this layout issue. Let's fix that layout issue. So if I go back here, then this should be 3. Okay, so if I go here, then we have a 3. The next what we need to do is we need to have this recent documents if they are available. If they are not available, then we need to have a way to upload the document. So I will go back here, and if I go here, then here I'm going to have my recent documents. Okay, now inside the recent documents, what I will do first is we're going to create the card component. We are going to have the card header part, and in the header we are going to have the recent documents, and we will just wrap this in the card title. So we will be having card title, and we will put the recent documents inside the card title. Okay, then we will have the card description. So I'm going to have the card description, and inside the description we will have the latest uploads in your organization. Okay, now we have the header part. After that what we will do is we are going to have the card content, and in the card content we are going to have that organizations. We already have the organization dot documents dot length, and if this is equals to 0, then in that case we need to display some JSX. If not, then we display some other JSX, and I will just add an empty fragment in both the conditions. Okay, Now first, if it's 0, then in that case we need to do something to upload the files. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. We're going to have a class name. We will be having the text center padding on y as 8. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to use the file text icon, and we will be having the class name here as height as 12, width as 12. We will be having the text gray 300. We will having the max x as auto, and then we will be having margin bottom as 4. Okay, so I will just close the tag, and after that what we will do is we are going to have a paragraph tag. I will give some classes to this paragraph tag where I will be having text gray as 600. I will have the margin bottom as 4, and here I will have the no documents uploaded yet. Okay, so we have this one. Next what we will do is we are going to have a link. So I will have a link. We're going to have the href on the link, and this href is going to take us to the documents page where you can upload it. So I will have the org slug / documents. Okay, now we need to create a button inside this. So what I will do is I'm going to have a button, and inside the button what I will do is I'm going to have the upload icon. So I will have the upload, will give some classes to it. So my height would be 4, width would be 4, margin right would be 2, and I will close the tag. Okay, then I'm going to have my label. So it will be upload first document. So this is the case where you don't have any documents. So if I go here, then you will see that you have no documents. So that's why you see this one. But if you have the document, then in that case you need to display the list of the documents. So if I go here, then you need to display the list like this. So let's do that one. So I'm going to go here, and here we are going to have a div first. Inside this div we are going to have classes. So the class would be pace y as 4. Now inside that we will be having the organizations. So let me have the organization dot documents, and let's have a map on it. Okay, so in the map what we will do is we are going to get an individual doc. This is going to be an arrow function. After that we are going to create a div, and on this div we need to give a key. So let me have a key, and the key would be doc.id. After we have the doc.id, we will also give some classes to this. So I will have a classes as flex, items as center. We will be having justify as between. Then we will have the padding as 4. We will have the border, and we will have the rounded as LG. So we have this div. Under this div what we will do is we are going to create another div, and this div is going to have the classes as flex, items as center, and the gap as 3. Next what we will do is we are going to have the file text icon, and on this icon I will give classes height as 5, width as 5, and I will have the text gray 400. Okay, next what I will do is I'm going to create a paragraph tag, and on this paragraph tag first I will have the doc.name. Okay, then I'm going to create another paragraph tag, and the other paragraph tag would be a date. So I will have a new date. This is going to be doc.created at, and what I will do is I will just do a .to local date string. Okay, so that I can get the date like this, uploaded and this date. So I will have this one. I will give here uploaded. Now I will just give some classes to it. So the first class I want to give here is the font medium, and on this one I will give classes. So the class would be text sm, and I will have the text gray 500. Then I close this div, and I will also wrap these two paragraph tag inside a div. So I will go here, and I will have my div closing here. Now after that what we will do is we are going to display this icon, the brain icon. That means it's analyzed. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. Okay, and I will just close this div just below here. Okay, so that this should be in one div. So we have this one. Then what I will do is I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to have that if I have a doc.ai summary, if I have that summary, then in that case I want to display something. If not, then I display something. So what I will display it here first is I will have this brain icon, and on this brain icon I give classes height as 5, width as 5, and I will give the text green 500. And if that's not the case, then I will use the button, and when I do a variant, and this is going to be outline, and what we do is we're going to have the size as sm, and here we are going to give the analyze. Okay, so we have everything. Now if we go here, then if I go here, then right now we don't have any data here though, so that's why we will not see anything, and we get an error here. We can solve it later on. but this UI is completely ready. So if we have the documents uploaded, we will have a very different view, something like this. So the last part we need to do is we need to have our document organization. In the document organization, if I go here, then we go to the page.tsx. So if I go back here and if I go here and if we go to the document org, then this is how the document organization page looks like. You have a documents, you have an upload button here, you have some stats, and then you have your documents and everything. So let's try to build that first. So if I click on this upload document, you will see that if I click on it, then you see that we have this beautiful UI layout. So we're going to build this as well. So let's go back. So I'm going to go back here, and here we will start with the export default, and we will be having a function documents page. Okay, now in this page what we will do is first we are going to start with the JSX part. So I'm going to use the return first, and in the return what we will do is we are going to have a div. I'm going to give some classes this div as space y8. Okay, now inside that first we are going to have the header part. After the header we are going to have the upload dialog. After the upload dialog, what we will have next is stats bar, and after the stats bar on this page we are going to have the documents list. Okay, so these four things we need to do it. So first let's have the header part. So for the header, what I will do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to have a div. I will have a class name to this div. This will be flex. I will have the justify between, and then I'm going to have the items as center. Inside this div, I'm going to have another div, and inside that I'm going to have an h1. After that, I'm going to have an paragraph tag. So I will be having a paragraph tag here. On the h1, what I will do is I'm going to have the documents, and on paragraph, I will have the upload and analyze documents in. We're going to have the organization name. Now here what I will do is I'm going to give some classes first. So the classes would be text 3xl, then we will be having the font as bold. On paragraph tag, I'm going to give the text gray 600. Now here I need to get the organization name. For that, what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will get the organization name as use organization. So I will have a constant. I will have my organization. This will be coming from the use organization. Okay, now with this I can just now display the organization name. So I will go here and here I'm going to have the organization dot name. Next what we need to do is we need to have the upload dialog. Now for the upload dialog, what I will do is we need to create a new component. So I will go here and I'm going to go here and create a folder, and that folder would be document. Inside this I'm going to create a new file, and that file would be document upload dialog.tsx. Okay, I will just create a simple function here. So what I will do is this will be a client component. So I will have a use client, and here I'm going to have the export default function, and the name of the function will be document upload dialog, and I will return here as upload document. Okay, so I will just keep it as it is for now. And here I can just import it. So what I will do is I will go back here, and here I'm going to import that document upload dialog. So that's the second part. And the third part is the stats. So for the stats, we need to get the documents, because the stats are more related to the documents. How many documents got uploaded, analyzed. So right now we did not have any way to get the documents. So let's get the documents first, and how we will get it is I'm going to create a state variable constant. This is going to have the documents. I will have the set documents. This is going to be equals to use state, and when we make a use state, we need to have the type of the, so this is going to be of type document, and initially this is going to be an empty array. Now if I go to the document, we don't have any document type created. So I will create the document type. So what I will do is I will go to the types first. So let's go to the types, and in the types we have this analysis. So here I'm going to create a document types like this. We will be having the ID, name, file URL, and majority of the information will be those which we have it in our schema. So we can just go and check in the schema as well, and these are the majority of the information. We already have it in the schema. So that's what we have in the documents. Okay, so how we want to fetch the documents is whenever we have this component mounted, we need to fetch the document. So I will be using use effect, and we will be using the old way that whenever we have a use effect, it will run and it is going to fetch all the documents. So I will have the fetch documents, and this is going to depend that if you change the organization, then you need to fetch the documents again. So I'm going to have the organization here. Now let's create this method fetch documents. So I will go here. I will have a constant. I'm going to have the fetch documents. This is going to be equals to the async. I'm going to have a arrow function, and inside that we are going to have that if a organization is not selected, then we simply do a return. But if that is not the case, then what we will do is we are just going to create a loading state. So let me have a loading state here. I will have a constant. I will have is loading. I will have the set is loading. This is going to be equals to the use state, and we make it as true. So initially it will start loading, and then it will fetch the documents, and then it will become the false. So what we will do is we are going to have the set is, or maybe I will just make it false initially, and here I'm going to make it set is loading as true. After that, we will do a try catch to make an API call to fetch the documents. So here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have the response. This is going to be equals to await, and I'm going to have a fetch, and in the fetch you need to provide the URL. So to get the URL, I will use the backtick. We will be having /API/documents, and then we will provide the query param. So if I go to the API documents, you see that here we provide the query param. So if I go to the get, then you will have the search param here, which is also known as the query param. So we need to provide this one. So I'm going to copy this, and I will go to the documents, and I'm going to add it here. So I'm going to go here and add it here. So we have provided this. Now it's a get API, so we don't have to provide any method. Now what we will do is that if response dot okay, so if we get a response, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have the data. This is going to be equals to the await. We will be having the response dot JSON. I will just make this await. Then we get the data, and once we get the data, what we will do is we're going to do the set documents. We will have the data dot documents. Okay, so we get the documents. But if that's not the case, and if there is any catch, then in that case we will do a console error, and we will have failed to fetch documents. We're going to have error here. Next, what we will do is we are going to have the toast, and let's have a toast error, and in the error we will have failed to load documents. Okay, and then what we will do is we are going to keep finally, and in the finally we will just have that set is loading as false when all the documents are fetched. So now we have the documents fetched. Now we can just go to the stats, and we can just complete our stats part. So if I go to stats, in this what we will do is we are going to have the documents dot length, if that is greater than 0, and we have is loading. Then what we will do is we are going to display here. So what I will do is we are going to have a div. I will close this div, and inside this div what we will do is let's give some classes to this div. We're going to create a grid. We will be having the grid call as 1. For medium devices, we are going to have the grid column as 3, and we will have the gap as 4 between these grids. After that, what we will do is we are simply going to create a card. Inside that, we are going to have the card content, and on this I'm going to give a class name. We will be having PT as 6, padding top. We did not imported the card. Let me import it. Okay, now inside the content what we will do is we are going to have a div. I will be having classes to this div as text center. After that, what we will do is we are going to have another div. On that div we are going to have the class as text 3XL. Then we are going to have the font as bold. After that, what we will do is here we are going to have the documents length. So if I go back here, we need to have the documents length, which is 2, and then we have the text as total documents. So here I'm going to have my documents dot length. Below that, I will just have a paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag I will have the classes as text SM. I will have the text gray 500, and here I'm going to have the total documents. Okay, so we have the total documents here. Now this card will get end, and then we have the another card. So I'm going to just copy this card, and I will have the another card. Okay, in the next card what we will do is we are going to have the text bold, and here I'm going to have the text green 600. Now in this, what will be the value is this value would be, I'm going to have the documents. First I will change this value. This value is going to be analyze. How many documents has been analyzed. Okay, this value will be coming from the documents. We will have to filter those document, and when we filter it, we get the individual document. On the individual document, we will check that if document.ai summary, then we have to just have the length of it. Okay, and it says that the AI summary doesn't exist on the type document. So if we go and check, so if I go here and we have this documents, if I go here, okay, so we did not imported it properly. So here it's going to be document that is going to coming from the types. Okay, so if we go now, then we should have no errors. So if I go down, then we have no errors now. All right, so this is the another one. Then the third one, what we wanted is I will just do a copy paste again for the stat. So I will copy and I'm going to put it here. This will be total size that we have uploaded, and how we calculate the size of the documents that we have uploaded. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to just remove this, and we are going to have a function which is the format file size. Okay, and what I will do is I will just do a copy paste of this function. So I'm going to have copy, and I will just put this function in the data. So it's a standard function. You provide the bytes, and then it's going to do some calculation and give you the value in the MB. Okay, so that's the function we have, and we will just export it. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to have here format file size, and in the format file size, what we will do is we are going to first take all the documents and then calculate the size of that. So I'm going to have the documents dot, we will be using reduce, and in the reduce, what we will do is first we are going to get the accumulator, and we will have the doc. Okay, this is going to be an arrow function. We are going to have the accumulator, plus we are going to add all the doc dot file size if it's available. If not, then we're going to have the 0. Okay, and in the last, we need to provide the initial accumulator value, which is the 0. So I think we have this an extra. So we have this reduce, and here we will get the value. So this is also ready. Now, if I go back here, and if I go here, okay, we see that we have an error, which is a use effect. So we need to make this function as a use client. So I will be having use client. And if I go to the organization documents now, then we see that we have the sales team, we have the upload, and we see that we don't have any stats. So why is that? So if I go here, then we should see some stats. Okay, so we don't see the stats. The reason behind this is that the documents.length, if it's greater than 0, then only we see the stats. Right now we have no stats because we didn't uploaded any files. Okay, so we will see that once we have it. All right. Now the next thing here is the document list, where you will display all the documents list. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and here we are going to have the card component again. Inside the card component, we are going to have the card header. Inside the header, we are going to have the card title. Okay, and the title will be documents, and we are going to have the length of those documents. So I will be having documents.length. If I go here and if we see this one, then here you will see that you have the documents and you have the documents length. After this, what we will do is we are going to have a loader. So I will be using is loading, and if it's is loading, then in that case, what I will do is I'm going to have the loader. Okay, and here I'm going to give some classes. My height would be 4, width would be 4. I will have the inline, and then I will have the margin left as 2, and I will have the animate spin. After that, we have the card title. Okay, so I'm going to put this inside the card title. Okay, after that, we are done with the card title. Then we are going to have the card description. And after that, what we will do is if I come here, then here you will see that you have this 2 analyze and 0 pending. So let's get that value. So we will be having documents. We will just apply a filter on that. And when I apply a filter, I get an individual document. And on this individual document, I just have to do that if d.ai summary. If we have the AI summary, that means it is analyzed. So I'm going to have the length of it. And here I'm going to have that it is analyzed. So I'm going to cut this, and I'm going to bring it here. I'm going to just add a dot here. So I will just copy and put it here. And if that is not the case, then in that case, what we will do is we are going to do all the pending ones. So we will be having documents. We will be doing filter. Again, we will be getting individual documents, but this time we will check that if it's not AI summary, that means that all these documents are pending. So I will have a length, and we are going to have the pending here. Okay. So we have this information as well. Now we're going to create a card where we will be having our document. So what I will do is I'm going to go to the card content. So I will have the card content, and inside the card content, we will first do that if it's loading. If it's true, then we have to display something. And if it's false, then we have to display something. So first I'm going to do this one, and then I will do this one. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to have a div. And on this div, I'm going to give some classes to it. So this is going to be text center padding y as 12. After that, what we will do is we are going to have the, so I will just use the JSX because it's a very pretty standard JSX just to have a loading. So I'm going to copy this. So we have this dot dot document loading. But if that is not the case, then what we will do is we are going to have the documents dot length. And if this length equal to 0, then we are going to display something, and if not, then we are going to display something. So let's first write that if it's a 0, then what we will do is I'm going to copy that JSX. So if it's a 0, then you have that no documents uploaded and upload your first document. But if that is not the case, then what we will do is then we are going to have a div. I'm going to have a class as space y as 6, and inside that we will just loop through all the documents. So I'm going to come here. I will have documents dot map, and when I do a map, I get an individual document, and on this individual document, what I have to do is I will have a document card here. So I will have a document card here. Okay, right now I don't have a document card. What I will do is I will go here, and I'm going to create a new file with a document card.tsx. Okay, in this document card, I will just copy this. I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to change this to document card, and I will just copy this, and I'm going to put this here as document card. Okay, now I can just import it. So I will be having document card here. So we have this one. If we go and check, so if I go here and check, then you will see that 0 analyzed, 0 pending, no documents uploaded yet. Upload your first document. Now what we need to do is we need to create an upload document functionality, and once we have that, we will also need to create this card, which we see it here. Here you will see that you have this project proposal, your name and everything, size, and here you have some steps which you can do, some action items. So we need to create that. All right, so now first what we will do is we are going to create the document upload dialog. So what I will do is I'm going to go to this component, and inside this, first let's create the JSX part. So in the JSX, we will be using the dialog component from ShedCN UI. So we will have the dialog. Inside the dialog, what I will do is I'm going to have the dialog trigger. So let me have the dialog trigger, and after that we are going to have the dialog content. So I'm going to have the dialog content. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Now inside the dialog content, what we will do is first I'm going to have my dialog header, and in the dialog header, let me give some classes to it. So I'm going to have that for smaller devices, I need my max width to be 125. Now inside that, what we will do is we are going to have the dialog title. So let me have the dialog title, and the title of the dialog will be upload document. Okay, next what we will do is we will have the dialog description. So I will have the dialog description, and the description will be upload a file for analysis. Okay, after that, what we will do is we're going to have the dialog header closed, and below the dialog header, I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to give some classes to this div. So I will have the class as space y4. Okay, next what I will do is I'm going to have another div, and inside that div we will be using the label, and the label would be I will have the class name as block text sm. We will be having the font as medium, and I will have the margin bottom as 2. And inside this dialog, what I will do is I'm going to have the document name, and I will have the asterisk here. After that, we will need the input. So I'm going to have the input, and on this input I will have the placeholder. I will have the enter document name. Apart from that, what else we will need is I will be having a value to that, and the value would be document name. So we will create a state variable in a minute. Then we are going to have the on change, and on the on change, what we will do is we are going to have the event. So let me take the event, and this is going to be set document name, and the name would be event.target.value. Next, what we need is we will be having a disabled. We need to keep it disabled if we have this state of is uploading. Now what we need to create is we need to create two state variables. So let's go and let's create them. So I'm going to go here, and here the first one will be I will have the constant is uploading. I will have the set is uploading, and this is going to be equals to the use state, and initially we will make it as false. Next we will need a constant, and I'm going to need document name, and we will be having set document name. This is also going to equals to the use state, and the initial value we will keep it as an empty. One more, I will take it state variable, which is the is open. So I will have a constant is open, we will have set is open, and this is going to equals to the use state, and the value would be false. Okay, so now we have the state variables. We will also take the organization in this. So I'm going to have a constant, so I will have the organization. This is going to come from the use organization hook. Okay, I will also take the user, so I will have a constant here user, and this is going to come from the use user hook. Okay, now since we are going to have the input element, we will also going to take the use ref. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant file input ref, and this is going to equals to the use ref, and here I'm going to have the HTML input element. Okay, and what we will do is we are going to have this as null. I see that the use ref is not imported, so let me have the use ref, and now it's imported. Since we are using the state, we also have the use client here. Okay, so we have all this. Now what we will do next is I'm going to go down here, and I will just continue to work on that. Now after this div, what we will do is I'm going to have another div, and inside that I will have again a label, and what I will do is I will have a class name to this label. Okay, so here we created this for the enter document name, and this is one where we will upload the file. So I will have the same, I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to have it here. I'm going to have the label as upload file. Now after this we will need an input which will be of type file. So I will have a div. I will give classes to this div as border2. We're going to have the border as dash, then I will be having the rounded as LG, and we will be having padding as 6, and text to be in the center. Next we will have the input. So I'm going to have a simple input which will have the type, and this type will be of type file. So I will be having type as file. Next we are going to have the ref which we have taken. So the ref would be I will have the file input ref. Then we are going to have the on change, and on change I will have the handle file select. We will create this function later on. Then what we will do is next we are going to have the accept here, and what it is going to accept, it will be accepting the dot text. So I will just do a simple copy paste here. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use it here. So we have all this, and this is what we have the accept. We'll give the class as hidden, ID as file upload, and the disabled. Next what we will do is if we go here, and if I go here, and if I click on this upload, then you will see that you have this UI. So we are going to make this UI now. So I will go back here, and I'm going to have a label here. So let's create that UI with the label. On the label I will have the HTML for, I will have the file upload, and then I'm going to give some classes to it. So the classes will be cursor, pointer. After that what we will do is we are going to create a div, and on that div I'm going to give some classes to it. So we will be having the flex, we will having the flex call, then we will be having the items as center, and we need a gap of 2. Okay, after that we will have that upload icon. So I will be having the upload icon. Let's give some classes to that upload icon. So I will be having height as 8, width as 8, and we will give the text gray 400 or maybe 500. Next we need to have the span. So I will have a span here, and on the span I'm going to give the classes. We will be having font as medium. Next what we will do is we're going to have one more state variable which is the selected file. So let's create that. So I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to have a constant. We will be having selected file, set selected file, and this is going to be a use state, and this is going to have a type of file. Okay, if not, then we will have a null, and I'm going to give the initial value as null, so we can use it now. So I will be having here a span, and in this span what I will do is I'm going to have that if selected file is there, then in that case I'm going to have the selected file dot name, and if it's not there, then I'm going to have here click to select file. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to create another span, and I'm going to give some classes to it. So I will be having text sm, text gray 500, and we are going to have all the files extension that we support. So I will just have a text here like this. Okay, now after this if I click here, then you will see that you have this cancel, and you also have this cancel button. So we are going to do that one. So I'm going to just do a copy paste for that. Okay, we will need to import the button that will be coming from the UI, and we will have the X icon. So I will have the lucid icon. Okay, so we have this icon as well. Now the next we need is we will need these two buttons for the cancel and the upload. So I'm going to go to the dialog footer, and inside the dialog footer we are going to have those buttons. So I can just do a copy paste of the button from here. So I will just copy this button and I'm going to put this button here. I will just remove this, we don't want it. The variant would be outline, so I'm going to change this to outline. After that we will have the size, so I will just remove the size as well. And on click, what we need is we need to have, so I'm going to just remove this, and here I'm going to have that when you click on it, you will be having set is open to false. So we need to close this dialog whenever we do it. Apart from that, we are also going to have a disable on this button. So this button will be disabled if we have that is uploading. Now the label for that button will be cancel. So I'm going to make this as a cancel button. Okay, now we need another button. The other button will be for the upload files. So I will again copy this and I'm going to use this here. Okay, the outline we don't need it, so I will just remove the variant. And on click we are going to have the function as handle upload, so I will also remove this, and here I'm going to have the handle upload. Okay, we need to create this function, we will create it later on. After that we will be having is uploading disabled. If not, we're going to have here document name dot trim. Okay, then what we will do is we are going to have this text and we will make it conditional, that if it's uploading is true, then in that case we display something, and we not, then we display something else. So I'm going to have an empty fragment here. I will also have an empty fragment here. Now the first empty fragment, what I will do is I'm going to have the loader icon. We will give some classes to this loader icon. I will have the height as 4, width as 4, margin right as 2, and I will have the animate spin. Okay, now after that what we will do is we are going to have a text as uploading. But if that is not the case, then what we will do is we are going to have the upload icon. Okay, I'm going to give some classes to the upload icon, so I'm going to have a very similar, so I will just copy this and I'm going to put it here, and the text would be here upload document. Okay, so we have the upload document here. Now we need to create few functions. We need to create the handle upload, then we will need to create this other function which is the handle file select. So let's go and let's work on those functions. So first what I will do is I will be having a prop. So I will have here interface, and we will be having document upload dialog. We will have the props. Now inside the props we are going to have a function which will be upload success if it's there, and this is going to be a function which will return a void, and the second one will be trigger. So I will be having trigger if this is also there, then in that case we are going to have the react node. Okay, we have this one. Now if we want to see before seeing, we will have here the function. So I will be having here upload, so on upload success, and I will have the trigger. Now they both will be of type document, so I will have the document upload props. Okay, we have this one. After that what we will do is we are going to have our functions. So I'm going to go here, and the first function we want is the handle file select. Okay, now this is going to be an arrow function, so I will be having here event. This event will be of type react dot change event. Okay, and in this we are going to have the HTML input element. So this is going to be input element, so I will just remove this. I will have the input element. Now this is going to be an arrow function. The second function we need is we will have the handle upload. So I will have this handle upload, and this is going to be a async function. So I'm going to have the async arrow function. And the third function we will need is to reset the form when the form is cancelled or form is submit. So I'm going to have the handle dialog open change, and this is going to be an arrow function. Okay, so we have all the three functions. Now what I will do is we have this is open, so I will have this dialog, and I'm going to give this dialog the is open value. So I will be having is open, and also I will have that on open change we are going to have the handle dialog open change. Okay, so if we go here, then we don't see any button here because we need to write the trigger on it. So we have this dialog trigger, and here we are going to write the as child, and inside the as child what we'll do is if we have this trigger or here we are going to have the button which we want. So I will be having the button, and on the button what I will do is I will have the upload icon. I'm going to give some classes to it. So the classes would be height as 4, width as 4, margin right as 2. Okay, and the label for this button will be upload document. All right, now if we go here, then we have this upload document here. Okay, but these two are not in the same line, so we need to get that one. So what I will do is I will go back to my documents, and inside this document what I will do is I will just take this from here, cut it, and I will just put it here. Okay, now if I go and check, then we see that we have the upload here. Right now if I click anything, the dialog box is not opening, and if I click here, the dialog box gets open. So let's fix that one. So if I go back here, if I go to this one, then we will have this handle dialog open change. So let's write this function first. So whenever we have this one, I'm going to have here the argument, and this is going to be a open of type boolean. Okay, now once this is done, what we will do is we are going to have that set is open as open, and what we will do is that if there is no open, then in that case we will just reset the upload. So I will be having the document name as empty. I will have the set select file, and we're going to make it as null. Okay, and then if we are going to have this file input ref dot current, then we are going to have this file input ref dot current dot value. So I will be having the value, and we are going to make it as an empty. Okay, so we clear everything. Now if we go and check, and if I click on it, then you will see that we have this form ready. Okay, but we need to still make the functionality for the upload file, and whenever we upload a file, we need to upload that file to the Vercel blob, and we also need to have it in the database. So let's do that one. So I will go back here, and we are going to first have the select file functionality. So in the select file, what we will do is whenever you select a file, you will have a constant file which is going to equals to the event target dot files, and we are going to take the first file because we have a single upload. Okay, we don't allow the user to have multiple uploads. If there is no file, we will simply going to return, but if that is not the case, then we will have that if this file dot size is greater than, so we will not allow a user to upload a file which is greater than 10 MB. So I'm going to have 1024 and multiplied by 1024. Okay, if the file is greater than this, then we are going to have the toast dot error, and in the error we are going to have that file size must be less than 10 MB. Okay, and here we need to return, so I will just return from here. Next what we will do is that if we have this allowed file types dot includes and whatever the file dot type is. Okay, if that is not on the allowed list, then again we are going to have the toast error, and what error we will have is that file type not supported. Okay, and we will return from here as well. So I will have a return here. Okay, the next what we need to do is if everything is fine, then we will just have the set document name, where the document name would be file dot name, and then we will just replace the extension and remove that. So what I will do is I will just use this one. So this is going to remove the extension and keep it empty. Then we will also need to have that set selected file, and we need to assign a file here. Okay, I assign the file. Now this is ready. Now we need to do the upload. So whenever you click on the upload button, the file should get uploaded. So here first I will just do a copy paste of some standard checks. So we have this check that there is no organization or no user or no selected file. We give an error message, and if the document name dot trim is not available, then we are going to have that enter the document name, and then we will start the uploading. Now once we start the uploading, first what we will do is we are going to have the form data, and this is equals to the new form data. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to have the form data dot, we're going to append the name of the document. So I will be having the document name. Next what we will have is on this form data we are going to add more form data, and here I'm going to have the organization ID. Okay, and here we are going to have the organization dot ID. Okay, so we have appended both this. Next what we will do is we are going to have that if the selected file is there, then we are also going to append the selected file. So I'm going to have the form data dot append, and we will be appending the file, and the value will be coming from the selected file. Okay, after that we will do a try catch block and make an API call. So we will be having a try catch block, and in this what we will do is we are going to have a constant, we will get a response, then we are going to have the await, we will make a fetch call, and our URL would be slash API/documents. Okay, if I go to the API, we have the documents, and if I go here, then here you will see that you have this upload, the post one, which is going to upload the file and everything. So we will be using that. So I will close this, and we are on the upload. Okay, so we will get this here, and what I will do is we need to have the method, because this is going to be a post. So I will have a post method. After that, we're going to have the body. So our body will be the form data. So I will have the body, we're going to have the form data as the body. Okay, so we pass this one. Next, what we will do is we're going to check that if the response dot okay, then what we will do is we're going to have the toast dot success, and here we're going to have that document uploaded successfully. And after that, we need to reset the form. So I will be having reset form, and to reset the form, we already have this one. So I'm going to make these two as the same, and then I will also do the set is open, that is going to become if false. And then what we will do is we are going to have this function, which is this one, the on upload. So this one, so I'm going to take this function, and I will have this function on upload success. Then this is going to be a callback function. But if this is not the case, if the response is not okay, then in that case we are going to have the else part. We are going to have the constant error is equals to await. We will be having a response JSON, and after that we will be having the toast error. So I will be having toast dot error, whatever the error I get. So I will have the error dot error, and if I don't get it, then I will just have the upload failed. Okay, now the next part is the catch part. In the catch, what we will do is we are going to have the same console dot error. So I will have the console error, I will have the upload error, and this is going to get the error. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to again have the toast. So I'm going to copy this toast, I will come here, and I'm going to add the toast here. Okay, and this is going to be, I will just make this as any. After that, what we will do is in the catch block, we are going to have the finally. So I will have the finally, and inside the finally we will just have this set is uploading to false, because the uploading is done. Okay, so we have this, all the functionality is ready. If we want to try, let's go and let's check. So I'm going to go back here, and here I'm going to click on the upload document. I'm not going to give any name. You can also give the name, but you don't need to give it. I'm going to click on the select, then I'm going to go to my downloads, and I will just upload this one, performance review.txt, and I'm going to click on open. Okay, here now if we go to the inspect element, and if we go to the network tab, then we can just observe. So I'm going to click on the upload document, and you see that the upload document, the document uploaded successfully. Okay, if I zoom in a little bit, it uploaded successfully, and we also get the 200 response, which is this one. Okay, now what we will do is we are going to go to the database, and if I go to the documents, then we should have one document. AI keyword is empty because we did not do the analysis, but we have the content, quick analysis report and everything. So here you will see that we have uploaded it successfully. Here you also see the name of the file, which is the performance review. Now we also need to go and check that whether this file is being uploaded to the Blob Vercel or not. So I will go to the Vercel here. I'm going to select the project which we have. So I think the project we did is the AI search. I will go to the storage. Here is the multi-tenant storage. So I'm going to click on this. We're going to go down here, and here we should be having our file which we have uploaded. So this is the org user, and then we have the file name. So this is the file name which we have just uploaded 2 minutes ago. All right, so we have this one. Now if I come here, then we don't see anything because we did not write the functionality for the documents where we fetch the documents. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work on our document card. So if I go back here, I will just close this now. We don't want it, and we're going to have this document card, and I will close this. Okay, I will only need the documents, so I will have this page, and if I go here, then here you will see that we have this document card where we are going to loop through all the documents. So I will go back here, and if I click on the documents, then we also see that we have one document now. And now on the document card, so I will just do a copy paste of all the props that I'm going to pass. Now we need to use these props in our document card. So let me go to the document card, and I'm going to create the same prop what we have it there. So I'm going to copy here, and I'm going to put this here, and now we are going to use the same props in our function as well. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to put those props here, and all these props would be of type. So I'm going to have this will come here, I will cut it and I'm going to put it here, and we will need to give a type of it. So the type would be document card prop. So I'm going to put the document card prop here. Okay, so we have these. Now we need to import this analysis type. So what I will do is I'm going to have the analysis type, and now we will not see any error here. Okay, now here we don't have this is analyzing. So what we will do is we are going to create that. So I'm going to go up and I will create whatever we needed. So first one is I'm going to have a constant. I will be having is analyzing, then I will have the set is analyzing, and this is going to be equals to the use state, and we're going to have this of type string. So I will have a string. If not, then we're going to assign a null, and the initial value would be null. Next, what I will need is I will have another one, which is the constant. We will be having that set selected analysis type, and this is going to be selected. So I will have the s, and here I'm going to have the set selected analysis type. Now this will equals to the use state. So I will have the use state, and inside the use state what I will do is will be of type analysis type. So I will have the analysis type, and here I'm going to have the value as summary. Okay, we have this one. Now if we go and check, so if I go down here, then we check that we have this as well, and we also need an expanded summary. So we are going to create one more state variable for the expanded summary. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to have a constant. I will have the expanded summary, set expanded summary. So I will just copy and put it here. Okay, then I'm going to have this as equals to use state, and the type of the state will be set of type string. So I'm going to have the string, and the initial value would be new set. Okay, so we have this as well. So if I go down, then we have this as well. Now we need some functions. So one function is the handle analyze. So if I go here and I'm going to create a function which will be handle analyze, and this is going to be a async function. I will be having the document ID of type string. Okay, and this is going to be an arrow function. All right, so we have this handle analysis function. The next function we will have is the handle delete. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to have it here, and this is going to be handle delete, where you will get the document ID. Okay, so we have these two. Now if I go down and check, then we need to have this toggle summary. So we are going to create a function which will be this toggle summary. So I'm going to go here, and here we will have another function which is going to be constant. We will be having the toggle summary. This is going to be equals to, it's going to take the document ID which is of type string, and we are going to have an arrow function. Okay, so we have this as well. Now if we go, then we only need to have is the document, and here is going to be the doc. Okay, so now let's go back to the document card and let's work on this part here. So here I'm going to have this document which is going to coming from the types. So I have this document type, and now I don't have any error here as well. Now in this, what we need to do is first we need to have the let's create the JSX part first. So I'm going to go here, and in this we are going to remove this, and here I'm going to have the, so if we go and check, so here now you will see that we also see this total documents and analyze and the bytes we have upload. We also see one pending, but we don't see any document card. So we will soon be having a view something like this. Now here you will notice that we have this view as a right side and a left side. On the left side we have this button, some action items, and on the right side we have this part. So let's go and let's do that. So what I will do here is that I'm going to have a div. I will have a class name to this div, and on the class name what I will do is I'm going to have the border. I will have the rounded as LG, padding as 6. I will have the hover shadow -LG. After that we're going to have the transition. So I will have the transition all. Next I'm going to have another div. I'm going to give some classes to this div as flex. I will be having the items as start, and we will have the justify as between. After this we are going to have the left side, and we are going to have the right side. So I will have the right side. Okay, now on the left side what I need is I will be having a div. I will be giving some classes to this div as flex. I will have the items as start, then I will have the gap as 4, and I will have the flex as 1. Okay, on the right side what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will be giving some classes to this div as flex. I will have the flex column. I will have the gap as 2, margin left as 4. Okay, so we have this one. Now we will first start working on the left side. So on the left side what I will do is I'm going to have a div, and I will give classes to div as padding as 3. We will be having having the rounded as LG, and the background we will be having blue 100. Inside that I will have a file text, and on this file text we will have some classes, and these classes will be that height is 6, width is 6, and we have the text blue 600. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have this div closed, and then we are going to have another div. In this we are going to have the classes as flex1. Okay, now this is going to contain the document. So what I will do is I will just do a copy paste of this document, and then I will just do an explanation on this. So I will just try to explain you. Okay, so we have this document, and this is basically we are trying to do this. We have the project name, we have the name, date, and everything. So we are going to have the same thing. So I will go back here. We will first have the user imported. We will also need to have the calendar imported. So we will be having calendar, and we will be having the file. Okay, now if I go here, then you will see that we have this one analyzed. We have the performance review, who is the user, what is the time it has uploaded, and what are the size of the file. We have the very similar here. Okay, next we need this AI part where we will have this section. So I'm going to go back here, and here I'm also going to have this badge imported. So this is going to coming from the UI badge. So we have this one. Then the next one is we are going to have this AI section. So what I will do is, so I will just close this first. Okay, and after this I'm going to have this AI analysis section, and below the AI analysis section we are going to have the summary content. So here also I will just do the copy paste of the JSX. So I will just copy this JSX, and I'm going to come here and I will put it here. Okay, so what I will do is first we are going to go to this. We're going to get this icon imported. Okay, then we have this AI analysis by Gemini, and what we are doing is that we have that if whatever the document we provided, if that AI summary is greater than 200, then we will have this expandable stuff where you can just expand to read more. We are going to write this is expanded here. So I will go here, and here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant is expanded, and this is going to be equals to that if the expanded summaries dot has this doc ID. So I will have the doc dot ID. Okay, so I'm going to go here. I will have that is expanded. Let me have this React Markdown. So this React Markdown, we are using it as a library in order to have a proper formatting of the AI response. So we will have to install it. So I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to go here, and I will just install it. So I'm going to have npm install React Markdown. All right, so React Markdown is installed. We can go and verify from the package JSON. So if I come to the package JSON, and if I go and check, then we have the React Markdown. Okay, so now we can import the React Markdown. So I will have the React Markdown. Okay, and this doesn't get auto imported. So what we will do is we are just going to have the import. So I'm going to have the import here. Okay, so we have the React Markdown as well. After that we will just import this tag, and then we have everything. Now if I go here, and if we see, then we still don't see anything here. So let's go and let's check. Okay, so the reason we don't see anything is that the AI summary is empty. Right now this document has no analysis, so we need to first do the analysis of this document in order to see that information. So we will do the right hand side where we will see this information that you can download. You can just have selected which of the analysis type you want, and you can analyze button. So we're going to have that one, then we will be able to see that. So what I will do is I will go to the right hand side, and on the right hand side what we will do first is we are going to have the download button first. So I will first have the download button, then I'm going to have the analysis selection. So I will have the analysis section. After that what I will do is next we are going to have the delete button. So I will have the delete button. So first start with the delete button. I'm going to have the button, and this is going to be a variant. So I will have a variant as ghost. Then we need to give the size. So I will have the size as SM, and then what I will do is I'm going to give some classes to this button. So I will be having the text red 600. After that I will have a hover, and on the hover I need the text red 700. Okay, then I will have the hover for the background as well. So I will have the BG red 50, and I will have the justify start. So I will have the justify as start. All right, now after this I will also need to have an on click. So for the on click I'm going to have that on delete. I just need to pass the doc.id. Okay, and here I'm going to have a function. So I will have an arrow function. Okay, this is done, and here I will just have the delete as the text, and I'm going to have a trash icon. So I will have the trash icon. I will give some classes to it, height as 4, width as 4, and margin right as 2. Okay, if we go and check here, then right now we will only see the delete button, but we will also need to have the analyze button and the select option. So I will go first to get the select part. Okay, so we need to get a select drop down in order to select the analysis type. So I will have a div, I will have a class, I will have the space y as 2. Okay, inside this div we are going to have another div. I will have a class name as text xs, then we are going to have the text gray 500. Okay, inside that what I will do is that if we have the doc.ai summary, if it's already available, then we will have the button name as reanalyze with. If that is not the case, then we are going to have the analyze with. Okay, so this is done. Then we are going to have the select statement. So I will have the select, and this is coming from the ShutCN UI. On the select, what we will do is we are going to have the value, and this value is going to be select analysis type. Okay, we're going to have the on value change, and on value change what we will do is we are going to take the value which will be of type analysis type, and then we are going to pass this value at on analysis type, and we're going to give the value there. Okay, so we have this one for the select. Instead that we are going to have the select trigger, and on the select trigger let's give the classes. So I'm going to have the width as full. Inside that we are going to have the select value, and on the select value we are going to have a div. I will give the classes to this div as flex, items as center, and I will be having the gap as 2. Okay, the next thing what we will need is we are going to have the that get analysis icon. So analysis icon, so we need to have an icon based on the select analysis type. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have the that analysis type dot find, and we will get an individual type. This is going to be an arrow function, and we will have that the type of value should be equals to the selected analysis type, and if that exists then we are just going to have the label. Okay, now we need to write a function for the get analysis icon. So I will just do a copy paste for that icon, which is going to give us the icon whichever analysis type we are selecting. So I will go here and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so it is going to be sparkles. So this is what a simple function is. You take the analysis type, you find the value, and then you just have the icon related to that. All right, so I'm going to go back, and here what we will do next is we were on the label. Now after that we will be having the select content. So I will have the select content, and in the select content what we will do is we're going to have the analysis type dot map through it, which we are going to give us an individual type, and after that we are going to have the select item. So I will be having the select item, and on the select item there will be a key because we are going to loop through all the items. So I will be having type dot value. Select item is not imported, so let me have the select item. Okay, we're going to have the type dot value, then I'm going to have a value, and this value will also be equals to the type dot value. Okay, if we go and check, then here you see that we will start getting, now this is the summary we have. We don't have any list at this moment, so we are going to loop through it and we will get the list. Now inside the select item what I will do is I'm going to create a div. I will have classes to this div as flex, items as center, and the gap as 2. Okay, inside that we are going to have the type, and on this type we are going to have the classes. I will be having the classes as height as 4 and width as 4. Okay, and this should be type dot the icon on that one. Okay, after that we will have the type dot label. Okay, so we have this one. If we go and check, then now we should be able to see. So we see that we have this list ready. Now we need this analyze button where we will be able to click and we will be able to analyze. So I will just do a copy paste of that button. So I'm going to have a copy, and after the select I'm going to have the button here. Okay, what I'm doing is we are taking a button. Type will differ. If it's a AI summary is there, then we will have the outline, not then we will have default, and then whenever we click on that we are going to have the on analyze, we pass the document ID. Okay, and then we will have this label. So we will be having the label as reanalyzing and analyzing, and then we will have the analyze and reanalyze. Okay, if we go back and check, then we see that we have this ready summary, and then you can just have the analyze. Now the only thing above we need is this one, the download button. So what we will do is we're going to go here up, and here we are going to have that button. So I'm going to go up, and here also I can just do a copy paste, because it's simply going to be that if the document has a URL, then in that case you will show them the how to download that document. So I will be having a download. Okay, so we have this part ready here. Now what we need to do is if we click on the analyze, nothing is going to happen because we did not write any implementation for this one. So let's write that implementation. And even for the delete, nothing is going to happen. For download, if I click on it, you will see that this is the download part where we have the content of our file, and it's coming from the Blob Vercel. Okay, so we are going to write two functions, which is the analyze and the delete part. So I will go back here, and I will go to the documents page where we have both these functions here. So I'm going to go here, and we need to write all these three functions. Okay, so let's write one by one. So the first one is we will just go for the delete one. Okay, and in the delete, what we will do is we are going to first have that if we will just ask a confirmation that are you sure you want to delete, are you sure you want to delete this document. Okay, and if we get the answer as yes, then we are going to just proceed. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have the try catch block, and here I'm going to have the constant. I will have the response, which is going to be equals to await. I will be having the fetch, and in the fetch what we will do is we are going to use the backtick. I will have the slash API slash documents, and inside the documents you will have this document ID. So I will be having the document ID. Okay, now here what we will do is we are going to pass the method, and the method will be delete. Okay, so we already have this API here which is available, and this is the delete API. So if we go here, then this is the delete API. Okay, we have this delete. After delete, what we will do is that if the response is okay, then in that case we need to have a toast dot success, and here we're going to have that document deleted successfully. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have that we need to delete it and need to refetch the documents list, because now the document is deleted. Okay, but if that is not the case, then we are going to have the else part, and here we are going to have the toast error, and in the error we will have failed to delete document. Okay, now we will go to the catch part, and in the catch we are going to have the console error, we are going to have the delete error, and we will just log whatever the error we have. Okay, we will also have a toast, so I'm going to just copy this toast and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we have this one ready. Now the next one was to analyze. So whenever you click on the analyze button, you need to do the analysis of it using the Gemini AI. So what I will do first is that if we don't have any organization, then we are just going to return from here. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to have that set is analyzing. So let's have the document ID for which we are starting the analysis. After that we are going to have the try catch block. So we will be having here try catch, and in the try what I will do is I will have a constant response. We're going to make an await, and let's have a fetch call here. Okay, now to do the fetch call, we already have the API ready, which is this analyze API. Okay, so if I go here, then this is the analyze API we have. Let's call that API. So I will have the analyze, then we are going to have the method post, then we are going to have the headers. The header will be content type, and this is going to be application JSON. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to have our body, and on the body we will have this JSON dot stringify, and we are going to pass the body. So from the body what we need to pass is we need to pass the document ID, we need to pass the organization ID, this is coming from the organization.id, and we need to pass the type of the analysis. So we are going to have the analysis type, and we are going to pass it as the selected analysis type. Okay, so this thing we need to pass. Now after this we will have the response. If the response is okay, then in that case we're going to have a constant. We will get the data which is going to be equals to the await. So we will have the response.json. Okay, after the response.json what we will do next is, so I made a mistake here, so I'm going to cut this. This will come here like this. All right, so we get the data. Now once we get the data, what I will do is I will have the constant, I will have the analysis type label, and this is going to be equals to the analysis type dot find, and what we are going to do is we are going to get the individual type, and we will be having the type dot value is equals to selected analysis type. Okay, if that is the case, then we're going to have the label. Okay, after getting the label, what we will do next is we are going to have the toast success, and in this what we will do is we are going to have the backtick, and I will just add the statement that we want to add. So I will have the copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, that the document analysis successfully, or the document label. Next, what we will do is whenever the analysis is done, we need to again fetch the documents because the values will get changed. Okay, and then what we will do next is we are going to have the set expand summaries, and on the expand summaries what we will do is we're going to have that previous state, and we will have the new set, and inside this we are going to have the previous dot add, and we're going to add the document ID. Okay, so this is what we have done it. Now if this is not the case, we will have the else, and in the else what we will do is we are going to have the constant error, and this is going to be equals to the await, and we're going to have the response dot json. So we will get the error part, and if there is any error part, we are going to have the toast dot error, and in that we are going to have the error dot error, then I'm going to have the analysis failed. Okay, so this is the else part. Now after the else, we are going to have the catch part. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to have the catch as console error. We will have the analysis error, and we will just log that error. So I will have the error here, and I'm going to also have the toast dot error, and we're going to have the analysis failed. Okay, and then we're going to have the finally, and in the finally we are going to have the set is analyzing as null. So we are done with this as well. The next one function we needed is we needed the toggle summary, and this toggle summary is basically if you want to check. So if I go back here, and now if I click on the analyze, so let's see what happens. So if I do an inspect, if I go here, if I go to the network, and if I click on the analyze with the summary, so I'm going to click on the analyze. Okay, so it's going to take some time, it's pending, so let's wait what happens. Okay, so we see that the analyze is now 200, and we have fetched the documents. So here you will see that this is the analysis of the document that we have uploaded. Now as soon as the analysis is done, you will see that here we get the button as reanalyze, and you can reanalyze with choosing the another analysis type, and then you can just click on the reanalyze button. Now here if I click on the show less, it is not going to work because we need to make this as a toggle. So that is what this function is, the toggle summary, which is going to take the ID, and here what we will do is first we will have the constant new expanded, and this is going to be equals to the new set expanded summaries. Okay, after that what we will do is if the new expanded dot has document ID, so we're going to have this as has document ID, then in that case what we will do is we're going to have the new expanded dot delete document ID. Okay, but if that is not the case, then we are going to have the else, and in the else we are going to have the new expanded dot add that document ID. So we're going to have the document ID added, and at last we are going to have the set expanded summary as the new expanded. Okay, now we will go and check that if I click on this show less, then you see that we have this toggle and expanded. So now everything is ready. We have created all the features. Let's go and let's upload something else. So I'm going to go here. I will just minimize a bit. I will upload another file. I'm going to click here. I will select this project proposal, and I'm going to click on open. You see the name automatically comes here. If I click on the upload, it's going to get upload, and we see the document uploaded successfully. Okay, after uploaded the document successfully, we don't see the new document is appearing here immediately. So we need to fix that. If I go to the organization dashboard, then we see that we have now two documents here, the performance review, which is already being analyzed, and this should be in a green color. So if I go here and if I go to the organization dashboard, then here you see that it's a green color whenever the analysis is done. Let's go and let's fix that. So I will go back here and I will go to the org slug on the page, and here if I go down, then we have this analysis. We have this as a gray. If the document summary is available, then this is gray and this is SM. Okay, so instead of this gray, what we will do is we are going to make this as green, and if I go now and we check, we have this one as green, and this is not yet analyzed. So either you can just add the same functionality, or you can do that view documents, and in the view documents you will see that you have these two. Now I will do an analysis of extract Q&A, and if I click on the analysis, then it's going to take some time. And now you see that it has here are the 5 important questions and their answers. So the analysis is done, and you will also see the total size here as 3 KB. And we see that whenever we upload it, we don't see a refresh list is happening here. So what I'll do is I will just go and check. So if I go here, so we have this on upload success callback, but we need to see that we have this definition or not in our document. So if I go here and if I go and check here, then we don't see any reference here, and that may be the reason that we are not getting document immediately in the list. So what I will do is I will go here and we will go to the dialog, and here we can have that one. So I will have that on upload success. We need to make fetch documents. Now if we go and check, so what I will do is I'm going to upload one more document here, and this time I'm going to upload this quarterly research report. Okay, I'm going to select upload, and here you see that as soon as I upload it, I immediately get it. Now what we need to show another thing is that since this is a multi-tenant application, if we go to the switch organization and if I log in with another user, so I will sign out, I will click on sign in, and I'm going to click on the page. Let me log in. Okay, there is no user, so I will create a new user. I will have the page. I will have here the page @gmail.com, and for the password, what I will do is I will have the password here. I will click on continue, and I see that the user is created. Now I will go to the switch organization, and I'm going to create an organization as AI engineering. Okay, so we have this AI engineering. I'm going to click on create, and this is going to create a organization. Okay, if I go to this organization, then you will see that there is no document uploaded in this organization, because now this is a multi-tenant and there is a separation for each organization. You will have your own workspace. So here we can just upload one of the documents. So I will click here and I'm going to upload this quarterly research report. I will click on upload, and here you see that I have this one and we have the user and everything. If I go to the Prisma and if I refresh it, then you will see that everything is getting saved properly in our database as well. So these are the documents in our database. These are not yet analyzed. These are the members, and these are the organizations that we have: sales and engineering, and this is the user. Now you can also have a single user have a multiple organization. So if I go to the switch organization, I will also create one more. This is going to be finance. Okay, I'm going to click create, and you will see that now we have the finance. And if I go to the finance, then I will not see any documents uploaded under the finance, because I have uploaded the document under the AI engineering and not in the finance. And here you can also see that which organization space you are in. So let's select and let's go back to organization. All right, so our application is completely ready. There is more scope to improve this application, like adding the invitation, where you can have multiple members. Right now you only have one member. You can have multiple members in your organization team. All right, so now the next thing what we will do is we are going to deploy our application on the Hostinger VPS. So whether you are a startup founder or a freelancer and you need to deploy a solution that's powerful yet simple, professional yet affordable, that's exactly why deploying to a self-managed VPS is a game changer. And for this, I'm going to use the Hostinger. Now the reason behind choosing Hostinger VPS is that after comparing dozens of options from AWS, DigitalOcean to other managed services, Hostinger stands out for developers like us with these 3 key reasons. The first, it provides a perfect balance of power and simplicity. Next is the value that actually makes sense. And the last one is that it is built for the modern developer stack. Let me show you the pricing page, how it offers. So here is the pricing page. You will see that we will go for the VPS hosting, and in the VPS hosting you will see that they offer multiple options. So this one is the most popular, and I will always recommend that if you are purchasing any of the plan, you should always go for the higher length, and this basically gives you the best value. So if I change this to the 1 month, then you will see that for this KV2 you have to pay $9.99 per month, but if I go for the 24 months, then it comes to $6.99. Now let me show you how you can buy the plan. So you just need to click on choose plan, and here you will have the period as 24 months, and what you will do is you can just use my coupon code. So I have a coupon code as Dipesh, and when you apply on it, you're going to get the 10% instant discount, and you can just enjoy your VPS hosting. Now you can just click on continue, and you can just proceed with your purchase plan. So I already have an account account with the hostinger and I already have the VPS. So I'm going to go to the VPS, and here you will see that this is my VPS which is running here. Now what you will do is when you logged in and when you purchase your plan, you will be having a server detail here, and after server detail what you will see is you will click here and you will see something like this. You need to choose a server location, then you will go to next. You need to choose your OS which you want on your server, then you will click on the select, then you will add the password for your VPS, and you can also add the SSH key. So if you go and if you click on add new SSH key, then here use the steps. You just need to use this command in your terminal and just replace this dummy email with your actual email. Then you just need to follow the second step where you will hit enter, and then you will have your phrase. Once you have it, you just go to that path, you just open your .pub file in a text editor and copy the content here in the SSH key content and give the name, and your SSH key will be set up. Once you set up, what you will do is you can go back. So I'm going to go back here and I will go to my VPS and I will click on the manage, and here you will see that how you can access. So you just need to use root access, and I will just do a copy of this. So I'm going to copy this. I will go to my VS Code and I will enter here. So I'm going to enter this here and I'm going to hit enter. And here you will see that it is going to ask me the phrase which you have added when you were creating the SSH key. So I'm going to add my phrase, and if I hit enter, then you see that I have now logged into my machine. All right, now let's see how we can deploy our Next.js app here. So I'm going to clear everything. Now in the server, the first thing what we will do is we are going to update the system packages, and I'm going to put all the commands in the project which you can take it from the GitHub. Okay, so what I will do is the first thing you need to do is you need to create a GitHub repository and you need to push your code there. I already have a repository and the code. Let me give you a walkthrough. So I will go here. We're going to go to the github.com, and on the github.com, if you see, then we already have this application which is the Multi-Tenant AI document analysis platform. You're going to just go here and you're going to copy this URL when you want to deploy it. Okay, so I will go back here. The first thing we will do is we are going to update the system packages. So for that you will need to use sudo. I will zoom in a little bit, and you will use the sudo apt. We are going to do an update, and we are going to do the sudo apt upgrade -y, and this is going to update all the system packages. So I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so now everything is done. The next thing what we will do is we are going to install the Node.js and the npm on this server. So I will do a clear, and to install that we have this curl command which is going to install it. So I'm going to copy and paste here, and we are going to use the version as 20. So I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to install the Node.js into our machine. Okay, so this is done. Next we are going to use the again sudo command. I will use the apt. We need to install -y Node.js. So I will have the Node.js. Let me hit enter. Okay, so our Node.js is installed. Now we can just verify on the box that Node.js version. So I will be having node -version, and if I hit enter, then we have the version as 20. I will also have the npm version. So I will have the npm version as 10.8.2. Okay, so we have this. The next what we need to do is we need to install the git as well. So again I will use the sudo apt. We will do install, and we will be installing the git -y. Okay, so this is going to install the git on our machine. Now after git, the next thing what we need to do is we need to open some firewalls for our project. So to open the firewalls and the port, we will be using sudo, and then we will be having ufw, and we will have the allow, and we are going to have the open ssh. Okay, the next rule what we need to update is we need to have the sudo ufw. We will be allowing our port, so our application port will be 3000. I'm going to hit enter. Now we just do the enable. So I will have the sudo ufw enable, and I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to ask me that you need to proceed with this operation. I'm going to have yes, and here you will notice that the firewall is active and the enable for the system startup. I'm going to clear everything. The next what we will do is we are going to do a cd var, and inside the cd var we are going to clone our repository. So to clone, what I will do is I'm going to have the git clone, and then you need to take the repository URL. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I will just copy this, and I'm going to go here and I will add it here. Okay, and then I will just add the www that I want to clone my repository in this www. I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so this is start cloning the repository, the code base and everything in the www. All right, so we have everything here. Now if I do ls-ltr, then you will see that we have all the folders here, and let's go to the www where we have clone our repository. So I'm going to go to www. I will do ls-ltr. You will see that we have all the project files. All right, the next you need to do is you need to create a .env file. So if I go here in our .env file, so let me go to .env, then here you'll see that we have the database URL, Gemini AI key, and all the data. So I'm going to just copy them, and I will go back here and we will create the file first. So to create the file, you will have the sudo nano.env. Okay, so this is created a .env file, and now I'm just going to put everything here. So I'm going to have here all the variables for our project. So if I go here, then you see we have the database URL, Gemini key, Vercel, Blob, and we will be using in the test development mode the Clerk. All right, so we have this one, and after this you will just need to hit enter. Now what we can do is we can just verify. We can just do the cat.env, and if I hit enter, then you will see that we have the content of our .env file. All right, so we have this one. The next thing what we will do is I'm going to just do a clear, and now we're just going to install all the dependencies. So I will be having npm install, and this is going to install all the dependencies for our project. All right, so we have all the dependencies installed. Next, what we need to do is we need to generate the Prisma client. So I will have the Prisma, we will have the generate, and this is going to generate the Prisma client for our database. So I'm going to hit enter. All right, the Prisma client is generated, and now let's do the npm run build, which is going to generate the Next.js application. Okay, so the build is ready. After that, what we will do is we are going to install a PM2 dependency, which is going to be a process manager. So what I will do is I'm going to have the sudo, we're going to have the npm, I will have the install. After that, I'm going to install it globally, and I will have the PM2. Okay, I'm going to hit enter. All right, so it's installed. Now using the PM2, we can just start our application. So what I will do is I'm going to use the PM2 start npm --name, and I will have the next -app, and we are going to have the --start, and I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so now here we'll see that the name is the next app, and it has already started. If we want to access this, what we will do is we are going to just use the IP address. So if I go here, I will use the IP address, and I'm going to hit enter, and we see that our application is available here. So if I zoom in a little bit, I can go to the switch organization. I can just log into my account, so I can just go and give the password. I'm going to click on continue, and we see that we have logged in here. And if I go to the switch organization, I can go to the AI, and I can go to my documents. I can go to the org document, and here I can also upload a document. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to upload a new file. So I will go here and I will upload the project proposal. I'm going to click on open, and I will click on the upload, and we see the document uploaded successfully, and we have both the documents. Let's analyze this one. So I'm going to analyze this with the entity maybe extract, and I'm going to click on the analyze. So it's analyzing. So it's going to the Gemini AI, and here you will see that you have the detailed analysis, your project proposal, your document details, and everything what you can extract from that. We have the another one, and here you will also see that you can just do a reanalyze by selecting some other. And if I go to the organization dashboard, here you will see that you have this analyze done. That's why you have a different color, and here you will have the analyze. You will also see the stats here that we have analyzed one document, and the 50% analysis is done. All right, so everything is working fine. Now one more thing I want to show you, that since you need to access this application with an IP address, if you don't have your own domain, the temporary solution which I want to show you is that you can always use a Cloudflare to get a temporary domain. So what I will do is I'm going to use a curl command here. So let me clear this, and I will use a curl command like this, and I'm going to hit enter. Okay, after doing this, what I will do is I'm going to install the Cloudflare. So I'm going to have this one. And after that, what I can do is I can simply have the Cloudflare tunnel. Okay, so I will go here and I have the Cloudflare tunnel. Okay, this is going to be --URL, and you have your this IP address, and I want to just tunnel it. So I'm going to hit enter. Okay, so now it's done. And if we want to access our application, then how we can access is let's go up, and this is the URL we can use it. So I'm going to copy this URL. I will go back here. and I'm going to add the URL here. Okay, I'm going to hit enter, and here you will see that now you can access your application with this URL. But this is just a temporary solution. As soon as your session expires, you will need to redo the same thing again, and then you will get another domain temporarily to use it. So if I go back here, then here we have the complete deployment for our Next.js application on the self-managed virtual private server. So this was a very good project where we have learned a lot of different things, like what is a multi-tenant, how we build a multi-tenant application, how we integrate it with the AI model to do the analysis of the documents, how we upload the documents. So this could be a very good project for your resume. So I hope you liked the video. A thumbs up is appreciated. You can also connect with me via Facebook or Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter for latest updates. And before you go, don't forget to subscribe the channel or press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. Thank you. Thanks for watching.